Good morning and welcome to the fourth and final round of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am from the magnificent Irene Country Club, where today one player will add their name to the Sunshine Tour's storied list of tournament winners. What a day we have in store, not just in terms of the players, the competitors, the amateurs, but also from a weather perspective. It is one of the oldest courses in South Africa, dating back to 1912. But let's look ahead to the action with OG Malefi.
Listen, it's going to be a fantastic day today. Looking at the weather, I think it's been cold in the mornings, especially when we started the rounds here at the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. But today, fantastic weather. All sets up for a really thrilling finale to this tournament. Gerard Pepler, what a disaster he had yesterday, but finished well to kind of put himself back where he started in the lead. But it had been cut from 6 shots to just 2. He's got the likes of Christian Burke, who he'll be playing with today in the final group, the likes of Jaco Prinsloo and Jack Davidson, the Welshman, all chasing him. But I'll tell you who impressed me so much yesterday is a youngster, Charles Barnard. Had a really accomplished amateur career and now has turned pro, and he put himself in the conversation amongst the leaders with a wonderful 66 yesterday. So if all that is said, I think we're in for another low score. We've seen a couple of 63s. Justin Waters posted that. Gerard Pepler himself posted that in the first round. Yesterday, not too low, but he had to grind out to put himself still in the lead. So the chasing pack are thrilled. We just seen Jaco Prinsloo hit a massive drive down the first. He's definitely dialed in, looking to get back in the winner's circle. A couple of guys looking to win for the first time, and of course Gerard Pepler chasing his second win on the Sunshine Tour. It's definitely going to be a final round to look forward to right here on your World of Champions. So stay tuned to find out who's going to be crowned champion at the end as we bring you live action from Irene Country Club. Back to you, Derek.
Thank you so much, OG. Yes, certainly Gerard Pepler delivered a whole lot of interesting shots yesterday. His round had it all, but in the end still managing to maintain that 2-shot lead over Davidson Prinsloo and Christian Burke. It was a fantastic performance from the big man as he hunts that victory on the Sunshine Tour. Estienne Conradi also very much in the mix. Mr. Consistency, Peter Bullman. He is currently 1 under for the day through 2. He's at 11 under. Never rule him out. Jacques de Villiers, he played alongside Pepler yesterday. Couldn't quite get the course going, unfortunately, but there has been some fantastic golf played here at brilliant Irene Country Club, a classic parkland course and one that is extremely popular, not just on the tour, but in South Africa. Regardless, always look at the host of different nationalities competing here at the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Also, there is a 2T start, players teeing off on holes 1 and 10. And remember, it is a Pro-Am, so as a result, you've got plenty of amateurs in the mix as well. So it's great to see some of the lesser talents shining on television. But at the moment, it is Gerard Pepler shining brightly at the top of the leaderboard. Wouldn't have been too happy with his round yesterday, but he did enough to maintain his lead. That is the big man right there. It was a very interesting round yesterday. 4 bogeys mixed with 4 birdies. He went even past 72. His round certainly had it all. Missed out an eagle at the death, which was unfortunate. We would have loved to have seen him finish off in style. But even so, he did manage to maintain it. This is how things are getting underway. Courtesy of Airlink, it is the first, the par 4. Pretty standard opening hole. You've got fairly tree-lined fairway, and you've got those 2 front bunkers sandwiched to either side of that green. Interesting pin placing once again, and this is our leaders about to get underway. Gerard Pepler playing alongside Christian Burke. Burke had a very good round yesterday too, finishing at 15 under, and he is 2 adrift of Gerard Pepler. So first round, well, first tee about to get underway for the fourth and final round of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am here at Irene Country Club, as we welcome into studio the one and only Simon Hill from Hot FM, also a friend of the Sunshine Tour, also very much accomplished golfer in his own right. Good morning, Simon. Excited?
Good morning, D. I am excited. Thanks for calling me an accomplished golfer. I played yesterday. I certainly didn't feel like it.
How did it go?
Badly.
Oh.
Badly.
As badly as Gerard Pepler, because we had OJ Malefi's intro to him saying a bit of a disastrous round. That being said, though,
yes,
he still managed to maintain his lead.
Listen, it's a tough school when OJ Malefi is saying a 72 is a disaster. But I suppose after rounds of 63 at 64, 72 is a disaster.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But he's still out in front as we watch Christian Burke about to get his round underway. Birdie par so far on this opening hole at Irene Country Club. But of course, it is a different kettle of fish when you're playing in that fourth and final round. And Gerard Pepler hunting that elusive victory on the Sunshine Tour, about to get his round underway. You can imagine the nerves that he would have experienced last night. And, you know, it was very vocal throughout the course of yesterday. He even applauded himself for finally hitting a good golf shot. He said it to himself. And yeah, he must have had a few lesser hours of sleep last night heading into today.
Yeah, I'm sure he was stewing over it last night, but it shows you winning, and it's cliche, but winning is never easy. It's never easy to go out and win.
Well, here we have birdie par for Gerard Pepler. We know he is a massive hitter, 368 meters on this par 4. He said this can fly, and yeah, he really struggled to find the fairway yesterday, and yeah, that's not what you want to see so far for the start of this fourth and final round for Gerard Pepler. Let's head back to OG Malefwe as we look ahead to what we can expect.
Berkey, 3 fantastic rounds, 66, 68 and 67 yesterday. 2 shots behind the leader going into this round. What will be the strategy here today?
Same game plan as the first 3 days. Just going out to enjoy it, play my own game, and what will happen, what will happen.
It's always good to get off to a good start. You've birdied this hole twice. What will be their strategy? I guess that was a good drive as well to start off with.
Yeah, well, it's almost drivable. Try to get it aggressive as possible, get it down there, and see if you can make it up and down for birdie.
Game has been in a good place. I saw you've been working with your coach Keegan. Anything you guys are changing for this?
Nothing. We're just going same game plan, same swing thoughts, everything. Just keep everything the same.
All the best for today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, OG. Great to hear from Christian Burke.
368 meters, almost drivable.
It's insane. And of course, that would have been the bread and butter when it comes to Gerard Pepler as well. He certainly would have been going for it. Nowhere close, unfortunately. He's straight in now for birdie. That's a great putt from him as he moves over to 10 under, 3 pars to kick off his round, getting his first birdie of the day on the fourth. Speaking of the fourth, we head over now to that par 3, 205 meters. Longish par 3. Justin Walters now sitting at 9 under. He would have been disappointed with the way he finished off his round yesterday. A man who's had his struggles through the years. It's great to see him on the up and up. Unfortunately, just missing the green there. So, of course, the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am has been a very popular event. Let's catch up with Riaz Ghani, who is the CEO of Kit Kat Group.
Hello, I'm Riaz Ghani, CEO of Kit Kat Group. My daily chores is naturally as the CEO, leading our company to grow successfully, and we understand that we can only do that with our people and our teams and our business partners. Strategy in our business is very key, and of course golf is one part of that strategy. So we're having today and this tournament as part of the strategy to make sure that we support our corporate initiatives. We also want to support the social part of it, and which is the crucial issue as far as the sport is concerned. You know, we want to grow golf in South Africa, and we think, or rather I should say, I think that because of the discipline levels that you require when you're playing golf, it's a good sport, it's a life sport. So it's something that all members should get involved in. So from a partnership perspective, we couldn't have asked for better partners. I mean, the Sunshine Tour has been amazing. Their team, their planning, their organizing, I mean, it's world class. You can see South Africa is definitely on the world stage as far as golf is concerned. So all of that thanks to the Sunshine Tour. But like I said, it was a more personal decision initially because of the disciplines required in the sport itself. And me getting involved in playing the sport, I just fell in love with it, and I just felt that it's something that also need to give to our communities. You know, golf has had a stigma of being only for the rich, and we want to and hope to change that. And we want to grow the sport in South Africa and to make sure that all walks of life can play this sport. And that was, I would presume, the core reason for actually making sure that we partner with the tour and to grow the sport itself. Well, it's more of a marketing initiative. We support quite a few lower level golfers or lower level pro golfers, hopefully to get to the future. We're getting involved in quite a few initiatives from a sporting perspective. I mean, this year we'll have our first Kit Kat marathon as well. We sponsor pedal, we're into soccer, so it's all about social upbringing. I mean, sport, as we all know, and Madiba said it the best, sport is what brings the people together, and that's what we're hoping to achieve. Look, it's not easy for our guests to just play with professionals on a normal average day. So we bring our amateur golfers and our corporate partners, our business partners, to play with professional golfers. And I think that in itself is a tribute. I mean, it's a beautiful thing to have.
Great year from Riaz Ghani, who's the COO of the Kit Kat Group. He's playing alongside Jaco Prinsloo today. Great friends of the Sunshine Tour, have been partners with the tour for many, many years and are a massive part of this event. Very, very popular, the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. As we see our leader now, Gerard Peppler, having a deep look into where he's going to be playing from because, of course, nowhere near the fairway. Well, not to the first fairway in any case. So it's really not a bad position to be in for Gerard Peppler. Just grip it and rip it, and then have a short little punch in too. Gerard Peppler playing alongside Christian Burke. Yesterday, he had the honour of playing alongside Jacques de Villiers. De Villiers was just unfortunate. He had so many birdie opportunities, just couldn't convert. Here we have our leader. Get in. Spectacular.
We'll give him that.
Matt, I certainly would. I mean, there'd be a couple of more meters where I'd ask to be given to, so that would be a dead cert. What a shot from Gerard Peppler, and this was part of his game yesterday, which really hurt him. Of course, he was going big. He couldn't find fairways, but it didn't really matter given the fact that he was still fairly close to the green, just not on the fairway. And it was the short game that really, really hurt his game. This time around, though, he will take massive, massive motivation from this. Tap in birdie. What a way to kick off your round.
Yep, go a long way to settling those overnight nerves.
Absolutely brilliant from Gerard Peppler as he moves to 18 under. Over to Christian Burke now. This is second at the first. Seen his playing partner play an exquisite approach. Unfortunately, I'm going to say Burke couldn't quite replicate it, but this is brilliantly judged. Nicely done from Christian Burke. Also birdie opportunity for him. Over at the fourth, back to Justin Walters. What a putt there from Justin Walters from off the green. Second birdie of the day. Fortunately, a double at the second. So Simon, important moment there for Gerard Peppler getting that birdie on the first. The reason being, Jack Davidson went and eagled the first, and as a result, he was tied with Gerard Peppler for a short while. Peppler managing to break away once again.
I think we are in for an absolute humdinger today.
I'm really, really excited. Oh, Jack Davidson, I think he would have been disappointed as well with the way he finished yesterday afternoon. He looked very, very much in the mix, did the Welshman. Yeah, you speak about Gerard Pepler, what a way to start your round. Jack Davidson, eagle at the par 4 first. Jason Ritz now looking for birdie. Nicely done. Don't often see playing partners / opponents giving each other fist pumps. You won't get that between Rory McIlroy and Bryson DeChambeau.
Not at the moment, no.
Christian Burke, can he replicate what his playing partner just did now?
And I think when you see guys making birdies and eagles like these guys have started out doing, it really puts pressure on you as Christian Burke. You feel like you have to make everything or you're going to lose ground.
Without a doubt. And, you know, he'll have a look at the leaderboard shortly. And remember, he would have started this round being, man, tied for second. And suddenly after this very first hole, suddenly he's tied for third. And you thought, what just happened? So this is a very big putt for him. And unfortunately, just offline. Got a little bit too much turn. So, not a bad start for Christian Burke. Stays at 15 under.
He doesn't look happy.
No, he wouldn't be. The fact now that he's sitting 3 adrift of Gerard Pepler. Henio Kennedy. This is second at 13. Opting for the putter from the fringe, and that's nicely done. Are you a fan of putting from off the green, Simon?
I do it now and again, Derek. My chipping at the moment, is so bad. I can totally understand why Dale Hayes stopped playing because of it. I'm in the chipping doldrums at the moment.
From
you
the
laugh.
Sam. Sullivan now. Sit.
But it's such a confidence thing. It's a bit like putting. And if you get over the ball and you're not feeling confident on a chip, it's just terrible. It's the worst place to be.
There were the greens were playing very, very quick during the day. Slowed down a little towards the evening yesterday, and you could see the change of tactics with regard to putting from the green. But we had plenty doing so. Luke Brown now. Bogey, birdie, par. He's had a mixed bag in this hole. That's the par 3 fourth, playing in 205. Very nicely done.
Well, what does Gary Players say? He says a lot of things, but Gary says what? A bad putt is better than a good chip.
And I completely concur. When I'm putting from the fairway,
You putt from 80 out.
I do. We're about to see the second hole get underway for our leader, Gerard Pepler, and the man playing alongside him, Christian Burke. As mentioned, remember, he would have started the day tied for second. Now suddenly he's heading into just the second hole, already sitting tied for third alongside Jaco Prinsloo, courtesy of Jack Davidson's eagle at the first.
And in a way, it kind of becomes a match play scenario. When you feel like you're chasing, you've got your eye on one guy, Gerard Pepler, setting the pace, and you feel like, well, you've got to try to keep up with this chap.
Yes, and I was chatting to Luca Filippi yesterday afternoon, and we're going to have Nicole Garcia in here a little later. And I was asking, do you enjoy, if you are chasing the lead, do you enjoy playing with the leader? It makes sense because you can see exactly what they're doing. And that would have been Christian's mindset. But now again, Jack Davidson suddenly having eagled at first, suddenly there's another man that he's got to contemplate playing and also work things out there. It's not just about this man in picture right now. But that is Gerard Pepler with a one-stroke lead now at the second. Also enjoyed this over in the past couple of rounds. Playing at 557, par 5, and he'll almost be guaranteed to get there on 2. Well, he'll be hoping that he certainly can. And a rare fairway for Gerard Pepler. Over to Christian Burke now. Christian Burke struggled with this hole over this tournament. Double bogey in the round 2. Nice start there for Christian Burke as we move over to the 13th now. Sam Simpson has to move into double figures.
Yes, well done.
Very nicely done.
Thank you.
Sam Simpson, first birdie of the day. Takes him to 10 under, 8 adrift of Pepler. Over to Gabriel Morgan now. Turn, 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 turn. It's pretty well judged. The man from Chile, Gabriel Morgan, sitting at 7 under. So of course there's plenty at stake beyond just the trophy itself. Early season momentum on the Sunshine Tour is enormously valuable. As far as the Courier Guy Order of Merit is concerned, early days as far as events are concerned, but Aston Batista leading the way, the Australian, ahead of Sam Simpson and Alton van der Merwe, 2 recent winners on the Sunshine Tour. As far as the youngsters are concerned, it's Travis Proctor well out in front in the Fortress Rookie of the Year standings, well clear of Cole Stevens and Jacques van der Merwe. Benjamin Kirachim, the Frenchman, we saw plenty of him yesterday. Looks a promising young talent. And the man we just saw now, Gabriel Morgan, sitting in 5th position in the Fortress Rookie of the Year. Back to the action over on the 4th now. Mr. Consistency, Peter Mulman. Sitting at 11 under, playing alongside Luke Brown. Not sure if you're aware, Simon, regarding the car accident Peter was in a few years back. And man, the way he escaped that, I mean, it was terrible. The car was an absolute wreck, and few would have survived. Not only did he survive, he's gone on to flourish. And yeah, man, what a player this guy is. And interesting chatting to Luca Filippi yesterday. Peter's a very good friend of Gerard Pepler, and often they room together on tour. And of course, he'd like to win this tournament, but I think, oh, hitting the pin from Mulman. But yeah, he had no doubt want to win this tournament, but if it was going to be anyone else, I think Peter would say, I'd love to see Gerard Pepler capture this victory, the man who is currently leading proceedings at Irene Country Club. What a course.
When last did you go out to Irene, Derek?
I was there, the last time I played it, probably about a year ago. And yourself?
Oh, it's such a nice little track.
Oh man, I enjoy it. I really, really enjoy it, and it's looking absolutely beautiful given the current weather here in the region. And you can see it really has turned out to be a really popular event on the tour, and especially when you bring in the Pro-Am into the mix, playing alongside the amateurs. And of course, these are players and partners of the tour that really have gone to the lengths and breadths of ensuring that the success just continues.
And it's obviously fantastic for these amateurs to tee it up alongside these pros, and you realize just how bad you are.
That's exactly what it is. And that being said, though, we saw some exquisite shots yesterday from some of the Amis as we look ahead to plenty of tournaments that's still to come. Waterfall City Tournament of Champions supported by TAC and WCMC taking place at Royal Johannesburg. The Beast of the East will be playing host to that. It's a great event. Of course, it's a mixture of all the various winners across the tours, the Sunshine Tour, the Sunshine Ladies Tour, the Betway Big Easy Tour. It's a great format, and it's really become extremely popular.
Yeah, and they keep it nice and close to the clubhouse, so you're never actually that far. They rejig the holes, the layout,
Yes.
and you play Royal East, but it's slightly different to how you would normally play it.
Yes, no, it is. But a great course, a great event, so we're really looking forward to that towards the beginning of June. As we see Christian Burke coming up now, not quite finding the fairway now. This is second. We saw there, he really has struggled with this hole over the course of this tournament. Not the worst result for Christian Burke. Still got a third into the green.
Will he have tree trouble on that third?
I think he certainly will. And there's very few positions when you're not on the fairway where you don't have tree trouble at this course. Luke Brown, can he move to 10 under? He can. Lovely putt. I keep on using that word about his playing partner, consistency with Peter Millman, but this man, you can use the same description for him. He's had a tremendous resurgence over the last year or two.
Look, I don't think much ruffles Luke.
No. No, he's very much a very casual guy.
He's a cool cat.
That was one of the words that Garrick Hiku used the other day when asked as to why he missed his tee off time over at the PGA Championship. I'm pretty laid back. Not quite the excuse that you expect here.
If I knew I was running late, I wouldn't have been late.
Yes. I was on time, but I was late. Back to our leader now, Gerard Pepler. A lovely drive from him.
And apparently they wanted to, penalise him another 2 shots for having a man bun.
that hair is interesting. He's just waiting for that green to clear.
I mean, this effectively for him is a long par 4.
Oh, without a doubt. It's been the case throughout the course of this tournament, as you can see with his first 2 rounds. Yesterday, not so much. Back to the Frenchman, Kiyosha. He's the man who's there and thereabouts when it comes to the Fortress Rookie of the Year. Birdie par so far on this hole. And he's set himself up beautifully for maybe a 3rd birdie in 4 here. Let's have a look now at the 2nd here at Irene Country Club, courtesy of Airlink. It's longish par 5. Tree line corridor. Plenty of bunkers there alongside that fairway on the right-hand side. Look at all those trees, Simon. That long looping bunker on the right-hand side of that very well-protected green. And the wait does continue here for Gerard Pepler. A reminder that this is a Pro-Am, so might be a couple of non-pros there struggling to read the contours of the green. Just think to myself, this is what they were waiting for. A group playing up ahead of them. Riaz Ghani look to wrap up this hole. Get in. Lovely done from Riaz Ghani. Riaz is playing alongside Jaco Prinsloo. He had a fantastic round yesterday. Currently sitting at 15 under. Went on to par the first. Prinsloo to move to 16 under. Shot a 66 yesterday. That was on the back of a 65 on the Friday. Yeah, slipping that. Golden opportunity goes a-begging there for Jaco Prinsloo. He stays at 15 under, 3 adrift of the man playing behind him, Gerard Pepler. 2 behind the man lying in second, Jack Davidson. Over to Pepler now. go, go, go.
Well, we know you can chip.
Yes, we've learnt that. I think he learnt that today as well. So I don't know if you'd be too disappointed with that result. We actually saw quite a few players find that area yesterday. And the end result was a lot better than what it looks like right now. Although you'd expect him to be finding greens on his second on these par fives every day of the week.
Yeah, I don't think you'll be too unhappy with that.
Nah.
But how often is it with these big hitters? They can hit the ball an absolute country mile, and then when it comes to the chipping, the feel's gone, or perhaps they just don't have it.
I was witnessing some action on Friday over at the Betway Big Easy Tour, and one of the players, he was playing alongside the two co-leaders, and he almost drove the par 4, and he ended up walking off with a 5 where his playing partners both made pars. And it just went to show, going big and hard, and then suddenly just unable to find the short game, as we see Kyle Barker. Geez,
It's very unlike Kyle.
Misreading that. Kyle Barker would be very, very disappointed with that attempt. Very uncharacteristic from him. Expecting a child soon. Christian Burke now.
Doesn't like it.
Well, he's left himself a lengthy birdie putt there. Going to be interesting to see Gerard's third soon. Fair bit of trouble here. Ethan Smith.
I think that tree was directly in his way. That was probably about as good as he could do.
Yeah, he had very few options there. Very few contours to play with as well from that angle. Push him. Playing that fantastic tee of the 13th. And he does the job.
Done.
Lovely birdie for the Frenchman.
Thank you.
3 and 4. He got his round underway on the 10th. From off the green now. Jacques de Villiers is a man playing alongside Gerard Pepler yesterday. And there's a run where he grabbed birdies at 10 and 11. You thought finally he'd turned the corner. Yet he couldn't continue to replicate that through the rest of his round, unfortunately. And you could see a lot of his approaches just utter disappointment from him. He knew he had windows, especially the fact that playing alongside Gerard Pepler, and Gerard was pretty much all over the show yesterday, which was amplified by the fact that he had 4 bogeys. So there were plenty of windows where Jacques could take advantage, yet he just failed to do so. As a result, he ended up playing in the third last group. It is the 4th and final round of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am taking place at Irene Country Club. Gerard Pepler getting his round underway with a fantastic birdie. And Jack Davidson, wow, eagling the first. As a result, he sits 1 adrift of Pepler. Prinsloo and Christian Burke tied for 3rd. Graham van der Merwe and Estienne Conradi currently tied for 5th at 13 under. You look at these scores, and there's still so many players in contention. Our leader, can he make it 2 birdies in a row? He's left himself a bit of work to do. You speak about short games. And you look at his approach from well out on that first, getting into within a foot. And there he is, just a few meters out, and that's what he produces.
Carl won't be happy with that.
Put it at all. Bogey for Carl Barker.
I think it's about as angry as I've ever seen him.
Agreed. That's 3 bogeys in 4. And he just manages a wry smile. Will snatch this to go to 13 under, and he does it. So Quinton moves into a tie for 5 alongside Conradi and Graham van der Merwe. Back to Christian Burke now. Long attempt for a bird. Christian struggled with this hole in the past. Can redeem himself this time round. Certainly had the legs.
Well, that's not dead either.
No, not at all. Back to Jacques van der Merwe now. Jacques de Villiers, apologies. This is sad, 11 under. Nicely done. Scrambling from Jacques de Villiers. Another par on the card for him. It's pretty much how he started his round yesterday.
Nice, Ryan.
So the Pro-Ams still continuing as we watch the Amis in action. Really, I've been impressed with the performances of the amateurs throughout the course of this tournament. And I think it's a different mindset as well, Simon, when you're playing alongside pros. No doubt you'd assume that your game gets slightly better. There's no question that they are getting a little bit of advice from their pros. Also, the added pressure of being on television and not wanting to embarrass yourself, so to speak.
Yeah, and I think having cameras following you around as well doesn't make it easy.
No.
And then there's always a part of your mind that thinks, well, let me try and chase this guy, which is a terrible idea. Do not do it.
Christian Burke, unfortunately, missing out with that par.
That's going to feel like 2 drop shots.
Without a doubt. Especially the fact now you've got Gerard Pepler putting for birdie. You would have a 2-shot swing between the two of them. And remember, they started the day, and Christian Burke was tied for second, just a few adrift of his playing partner, Simon Deploy. I'll get back to him now. You can see the disappointment etched on his face from Christian. Gerard Pepler, can he extend his lead to 2? He does the job. Confident start for our leader. Back-to-back birdies. A world of difference from what we saw yesterday.
A 2-shot lead for Pepler, D, and we've got Jakub Prinsloo at 15 under. Christian Burke, he's now 5 back. Realistically, how far back can challenge today, do you think?
Well, with the start from Gerard Pepler, I reckon if you're within 4 going at the turn, you probably stay in contention. But you certainly don't want him to get away from things. And I mean, he couldn't have asked for a better start so far from today. And man, when he's looking hot, I mean, we saw what he performed over in those first 2 rounds. Yesterday, not so much. But if he can get away, then it could be a one-horse race. That being said, I reckon 4 to 5 shots. That's very much in contention. Yourself?
Yeah, I think you think Jaco Prinsley's still in with a shot, but I kind of see it becoming a 2-horse race between Davidson and Peppler, barring any major meltdown from Gerard.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And when you talk about the players that are in contention or would be chasing, Jaco Prinsley has got all the experience. He's a veteran on this tour. He's won on the tour before. And if you've got someone like him chasing, he's always going to be there or thereabouts. So,
as you say, he knows how to win.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I think Christian Burke, that would certainly have hurt him, this bogey at the second, and then having seen his playing partner, the man he's trying to catch, going, and a relatively simple birdie. I mean, he made it with ease, so to speak. So, yeah, at the moment, Peppler, Davidson, Prinsley there. Could have a nice little run. Ockie Stratum going along nicely too.
I think when you hit the ball as far as Gerard does, to walk off any of the par 5s with anything less than a birdie, I think you're going to feel hard done by.
Yeah, without a doubt. And that was certainly the case yesterday, because he did that plenty. And you thought, okay, here comes another par 5, just birdie on the books, and yet he wasn't finding fairways. And while he may have kicked off his round with a pretty wayward drive, since then he's been an absolute poster child for great golf. And for his competitors, that could be a big red flag. And here we have the 465-meter par 4. And we're having that debate yesterday regarding the biggest hitters, myself and Luca, and who hits it longer between Gerard Peppler and Wilco Nienaber. I think it may go the way of Wilco, but geez, on their day, you don't want to be up against any of them in a long drive competition.
But I think for the average amateur, I don't think, if you haven't seen these guys play, it is so difficult to describe how far they hit the golf ball. Because often the case is they're playing the course off the tip, so they're playing right off the back. And you play it generally off the club tees. And if you know the course well, you'll see that often they hit it past where you hit it from the club tees, and that's a good 50 to 60 meter difference some of the time. I mean, it is ridiculous how far they hit it.
Yeah, it's unreal, and I urge viewers to go out there, because the Sunshine Tour, of course, takes place throughout South Africa, and it's very, very accessible, the various tournaments. The courses are magnificent, and for golf fans, go out there and watch these guys, and it's not just the distance, but the precision play, the sound of the club. It's unreal, as we see lefty Luke Jerling trying to put away his par to stay at even par, and he misses that, unfortunately, and he's got a longer putt now coming back. That's a disappointment for Luke Jerling. Interesting, Luke Jerling, a man from Quebec, and he's on the honours board at Grey High for golf, and he sits one below one Sia Kolisi.
Also for golf, eh?
Yes. It's great company for Luke Jerling, and that's a disastrous attempt there for par.
As you say, Luke from Quebec, and he must love it up here. Absolutely no wind. He would have grown up playing the hill. He would have grown up playing at Humewood. And I think I've mentioned this to you before. I had one of my worst league results at Humewood. We came through from Grahamstown.
Yeah.
To go and play the boys at Humewood. And it was blowing an absolute gale by Quebec standards.
Wow.
My opponent said, yo, it's a bit breezy, but... And I think I was penalised. Back then, you would get penalised if you grounded your club and the ball moved.
Yeah.
And I think I must have been penalised about 4 times.
Yeah. Luke, as you mentioned, just coming up here, I mean, we really are blessed up in Gauteng with not only the tremendous courses, but the weather that we get to enjoy. So, yeah, this is a walk in the park for Luke, although looking at his scorecard, maybe not so much today. Alton van der Merwe, recent winner over in Zimbabwe. That's for birdie. Beautifully done. Little round the world going in there.
I think he'd be quite relieved that caught the hole because that was moving.
Yeah, you can see. He escaped there.
He knows.
Got his missus back in the bag. Alton van der Merwe.
Oh, what a great win last week as well.
Really, really good. And it had been a long time coming. He had been close but no cigar for a few events. He missed out famously over at Zabula. Dani van Tonda stealing a tremendous victory away from Alton. He'll say that. Dani will say he just captured the win. Estienne Conradi now. That's to go to 14 under. And he knew as soon as he hit that. Simon Deploy got the broomstick out.
Yes. Oh, what a player, man. What a player.
Almost as tall as Simon. His first birdie of the day. You're a fan of long putters, Simon?
Derek, I'll try anything at the moment. But I feel it brings the rocking of the shoulders more into it.
Yes.
Where at the moment I'm quite handsy, and especially when there's a bit of pressure. Not that I generally feel it.
I've tried it once or twice, and it takes some getting used to. But I think if you do kind of find that rhythm, it's hard to switch back. But at the moment, I'm still at the short putter. As we saw, Graham van der Merwe, that is a fantastic putt from him to stay at 13 under. Over to our leader, Gerard Pepler. Birdie on holes 1 and 2.
Probably take a bit off this and only hit at 350.
Yeah. Not a bad call. Oh, he can whack a ball. Just right of the fairway, unfortunately, for Gerard Pepler.
Nothing wrong.
Oh man, must be such a great position to be in. Not just the fact that he's leading the tournament, but the fact that he started off so well. And it's a world away of what he experienced yesterday. 4 bogeys to his name. And this time around, going along rather nicely. Christian Burke is playing partner. He's dropped down the leaderboard somewhat. He's now currently 5 adrift of Pepler. And that is a lovely drive from him. Pars all round for Burke on this hole. Back to Estienne Conradi now. That's to stay at 13 under. Well done. You say you played golf the other day? Where did you play?
I played yesterday.
Yeah.
We were out at Blair Athol.
Oh, lovely. Short course.
Yeah, I eat it for breakfast.
Looking at some of the courses playing host to the various events taking it away for the Sunshine Tour. We're over to Quebec in a couple of days' time. Speaking of Humewood Golf Club, one of the most famous links in the world, hosting the Sunbet Challenge hosted by Sun Boardwalk. We're back to my home course, Royal Johannesburg, for the Waterfall City Tournament of Champions. And we just continue rolling around South Africa. Wingate Park playing host to the Sunbet Challenge Times Square Casino event. Wild Coast Sun CC host to the Sunbet Challenge hosted by Wild Coast Sun. The Woods, Mount Edgecombe, also in the mix, as is Euphoria GC as always for the Limpopo Championship. Fortress Invitational this year taking place at Houghton Golf Club. That's in early October. Then we move over to famous Glendower, still in Johannesburg, for the Stella Artois Players Championship. The Gary and Vivian Players Player Invitational taking place at Lost City Golf Course. CCJ this time round hosting the PGA Championship, and the Hyundai Open over in Benoni at the Ibotsi Links.
We saw Wingate Park there, Derek.
Yeah.
And every time I see Wingate or play at Wingate, I can't help but think of that Leon Schuster movie.
Yes.
When he set up on the green and it was, he pretended as though he was squatting on the green.
Yes. That was one of the You Must Be Jokings.
I think it was Paddock Mechanic.
Oh! Oh, man. It is great to return back at Wingate Park. And we're excited to see a host of new courses on the itinerary. Also great to see CCJ in the mix, one of the famed old courses here in Johannesburg, as is this one, Irene Country Club, in the heart of Gauteng. Look at the tremendous condition of the course. Weather really has played its part, and certainly the rains have made things a lot greener.
Yeah, all over Gauteng. You go play golf anywhere now. Most of the courses are in fantastic nick.
It really, really is. Really are very, very blessed here in Gauteng. Gerard Pepler still out in front, going birdie with his first 2 holes. Jack Davidson kicked things off with that eagle at the first. He's 2 adrift of Pepler. The man playing alongside Pepler, Christian Burke, he's at a fairly poor start to his round. Par followed by a bogey at the second. As a result, we did have a 2-shot swing between them over on the second. 5 shots, the difference between them. And plenty of players tied for 5th over 13 under, including the man from Chile, Augustine Arazuris. Rios Ghani, having just delivered a nice putt from him, the COO of the Kit Kat Group. Jack Davidson now, this to go to within 1 of the lead. Where do you see this going, Simon?
Off this angle, it looks slightly from his left, and it looks quick.
Beautifully judged from both Simon Hill and Jack Davidson. It's game on here at Irene CC. Eagle par birdie, first 3 holes for Jack Davidson, and he's climbed to within 1 of Gerard Pepler. Okay, Prinsloo now. This is stay at 15 under.
And you hope Davidson does well today. The Welsh need something to shout about at the moment.
They really do, and it's interesting because we had Courtney from the Sunshine Tour in yesterday. We were speaking about Jack Davidson, and she said, you know, we had Reece Enoch come out here thinking that he'd play a couple of rounds in South Africa and then leave again. Came here, fell in love with the place, ended up marrying a South African, and now resides here. And I had Reece Enoch in studio once, so we spoke about the current trials and tribulations of the Welsh rugby team. And he said he just can't bring himself to support the Springboks, but he so badly wants to because the Welsh are absolutely rubbish at the moment.
He'll come round.
He will. I'll give him 1 more year. Said his dad would disown him if he ever supported the Boks. But yeah, they really do need something to shout about. It's been so sad to witness the decline of Welsh rugby over the last couple of years. Prinsloo now looking to stay at 15 under. Well done, Yaku. He stays within 4 shots of Gerard Pepler. This is one of the more impressive players yesterday. Charles Barnard, new to the tour. Went on a run of 5 straight birdies yesterday. He'll love this placing at the moment, Gerard Pepler. May not be on the shortest stuff, but this is his bread and butter.
Oh, was that the dreaded S word, D?
It did sound like that.
I don't want to say it. You say it.
No, not again. A little wry smile there from Gerard Pepler. That's not what he wants to do at the moment, given the fact that he's just seen his lead cut down to 1, courtesy of Jack Davidson. Of course, he won't know just yet what has transpired up ahead. Christian Burke looking to bounce back from that bogey at the last. Simon will be joining us a little later. Thanks so much, Simon.
How do you take your coffee, D?
Oh, no sugar almond milk. Thank you so much.
Are you one of those?
I am. Thanks so much to Simon. He'll be back in the hot seat in just under an hour's time, as we see Ghana now to stay at 7 under. And he does the job. And the Chilean in action here on the Sunshine Tour. Tyron Ryan looking to move to 12 under, just missing out.
We are Sunshine Tour Pros, and if you know anything about golf, you know we need a great car and a partner.
You know we can't blame the lift if we're late for the tee time.
Ever tried walking from Cape Town Airport to the golf course?
Or trying to win the Joburg Open while cycling to the hotel and back. We've tried everything.
But now we know we have the partner for the job.
Enterprise Rent-A-Car, official car rental partner of the Sunshine Tour.
Yeah, great to have Enterprise on board. One of the many sponsors affiliated with the Sunshine Tour, as are the KitKat Group, naming sponsors of this KitKat Cash and Carry Pro-Am, as we welcome into the hot seat renowned professional on the Sunshine Ladies Tour and the European Ladies Tour, Nicole Garcia. Good afternoon, Nicole.
Good afternoon. Really nice to be back.
Yeah, great to have you back. Really good to have you back. What a start from Gerard Pepler. Birdie on first and second.
Yeah, it's some really impressive golf today. Pretty sure he would be nervous on the tee box this morning, especially after yesterday's round. So it was a great start for him. Just ease those nerves off a little bit.
Yeah, it was a bizarre performance. It was certainly an entertaining round witnessed yesterday. To walk off with an even past 72, I mean, it's not disastrous. Of course, it was nowhere near what he did on rounds 1 and 2. But he still managed to maintain his overall lead by 2 shots. But it was a round that had it all, I like to say.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, look, it's really difficult to follow up the 63 and 64 with another good round. So, especially with how his drives were, acting up yesterday, I think level par was it was a good round not to do any damage.
Yeah. And to still do that and to maintain that overall lead going into the last, as we see a lovely little pitch from Gerard Pepler, and that puts him into contention for 3 birdies in a row to kick off his 4th and final round as he hunts this elusive win on the Sunshine Tour. Lovely stroke that.
Could see a little mud on his ball there as he chipped it up onto the green, which obviously changes a lot of things. Oh, what a putt from Barnard. Good up and down from him.
Yeah, he really impressed yesterday. Jim Malefi mentioned it a little earlier. A new man on tour, playing like he's been there forever.
Birdie attempt down the hill.
Yes!
Wow. Second birdie of the day for Jason Roots. Usually not that animated.
Yeah, which again, it's nice to see. I like it when the players have a bit of personality on the course. And he's just pumping himself up a little. I think sometimes you need that, especially in the final round. Get yourself going, create some momentum.
Christian Burke from way downtown. Lovely touch from Christian. Nice attempt. Second par of the day for Christian Burke. He stays at 14 under. Justin Walters. A lovely putt from the fringe a short while ago. Missing out there. This game, Nicole.
You can see the frustration building for Justin Walters today. That's heartbreaking when that happens. Standing behind the ball, looks like it's going in, and then it just slips out.
Pepler. Can he extend his lead? He does. 3 birdies in a row.
I think that was a...
Oh, that was the par, unfortunately. Apologies, that was the par. So he stays at 19 under. That's Gerard.
And again...
Career guy, Order of Merit. Currently be led by Austin Bautista. So Pepler going birdie par with his first 3 holes. Sam Simpson and Alton van der Merwe wrapping up the top 3. Of course, that will change dramatically over the course of the season. Very much early days. Travis Proctor, the young man leading the way in the Fortress Rookie of the Year standings, ahead of Cole Stevens and Jacques van der Merwe. Great to see plenty of Benjamin Kedosham yesterday, the Frenchman, looking like quite a solid prospect.
Yeah, it was quite a nice viewing of him yesterday. It's nice to see some international players as well coming out to play these events and seeing the caliber of Europeans.
Before there was a nation, there was a promise born of this soil. Before the world wakes, history is in motion. At Blauwklippen, our story began in 1682, rooted in the fertile soils of Stellenbosch. We are South Africa's first founded wine estate, a living legacy where centuries of tradition meet the energy of their working farm. It's a place to find your pace. From Sunrise Trail runs to our state-of-the-art farm gym, we believe in a lifestyle that honors the land and the spirit. At the heart of it all is our craft, whether it's our award-winning Stellenbosch wines or a Mediterranean-inspired feast at the Blauwe Kitchen. Every flavor is a tribute to our terroir. But more than a winery, we are a community. From tastings to our weekend markets are where memories are made under the shade of ancient trees. Blauwklippen, a timeless heritage, an unhurried experience. Come find your moment with us. Blauwklippen, South Africa's first founded estate and first registered company. Still pioneering. Established 1682.
Wonderful wine, that courtesy of Blauwklippen. You're a big fan, Nicole?
Oh yes, and they have a wonderful venue there as well. Beautiful wedding venue.
Yeah, it's a lovely part of the world. Are you a Chardonnay person, Chenin Blanc?
Just a wine person in general, I think. No specifics.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, actually. It is really one of the great wines from South Africa. It's a wonderful wine producing region, and another great partner of the Sunshine Tour. So we certainly have a game on here at the KitKat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Gerard Pepler maintaining his 2-stroke lead over Jack Davidson. Jaco Prinsloo sitting in third. Christian Burke, the man who's playing alongside Gerard Pepler, sitting tied for fourth alongside Graham van der Merwe. Burke, having had the greatest of starts to his round, bogeyed the second, which makes it all the more tougher to deal with when your playing partner, the man you're trying to catch, goes birdie with his first two.
Yeah, Pepler's put some pressure on the guys that are chasing him today, which is good for him, especially after his round yesterday. He needed that. I think standing on the first tee today, there would have been a few more nerves than yesterday with that big lead he had.
And especially after his first drive, because that was one of his big problems yesterday. He just couldn't find a fairway. And it wasn't just off the fairway, it was miles away. And that first one today, he was nowhere close. And you thought, oh, well, here it goes again. And yet he managed to recover brilliantly. And since then, it's been all systems go.
Yeah, it takes a lot of mental strength to come back from that first shot, especially after knowing his whole day yesterday was offline. So I think he's done really well to get himself back into it with a solid swing on the next few holes and give himself some confidence.
How do you handle something like this, Nicole? I mean, you've won before on the tour, and when you're searching for that elusive win the night before, when you are in contention, and never mind in contention, he is leading.
Yeah, I think, last night he probably would have had a lot of thoughts going through his mind, especially after losing such a big lead, wondering how it's going to go today. Can he keep that good golf up? So he definitely would have had, quite a busy mind last night, probably wouldn't have been able to sleep too well. And then also, worried that you're going to miss your alarm clock. There's all those things that go off in your mind in the morning. You just don't want anything to go wrong.
This is the man trying to catch him. Jack Davidson from Wales. Kicked things off with that eagle at the first. Can he close the gap to 1 on Gerard Pepler? Wow.
Just stayed on line on the left side there. Didn't quite hold up to the hole. I see he's got the claw grip going. Pepler still leading by 2. Davidson just trailing behind, trying to catch up.
That's one of the men you certainly don't want breathing down your neck, Nicole, is Jaco Prinsloo.
Yeah, quite an experienced player. A really good short game as well. So he's one to watch out for, especially on the putting green. See, he's setting up his line there. That's one thing that I find a lot of amateurs don't do is use the line, take advantage of the line on your ball for lining up. You can see there he's lining up the ball to his putter, to probably a point just in front of his ball or along the line that he wants his ball to start on. And I mean, it's such an advantage, something so simple that you can use on the golf course just to help line your eye up. Sometimes you line it up with just your eye and your eye slightly out and you don't realize, and your whole day you're just missing putts.
Let's see if Jaco followed your advice. I'm going to bring that back into the conversation shortly, Nicole. Wonderfully done from Jaco Prinsloo. Moving to 16 under. So, for the layman or lay lady sitting out there, just explain exactly. So you get to your ball, you want to line it up.
Yes, so there are a lot of tools that you can use to draw a line. Some people freehand it. I can't freehand a straight line, which I'm pretty sure a player like this, Peter Moorman, is also using a line. I'm going to say 90%. Just fell off of the line there. But I'm going to say 90% of professional golfers will use some kind of line or something on their golf ball to help them line up their eye to the line that day. You're not going to get every single day that your eye is tuned in to seeing the line 100%. So it's just something that you can use on the golf course. It's completely legal. And I just don't understand why amateurs don't use it more. You know, it's something that takes you 30 seconds to line up your ball to a point wherever you want to start it. And you don't have to guess. It takes all the guessing work out.
Well, there you go. The folks listening, if you haven't done that yet, can you imagine a whole lot of people rushing off to their golf bags to grab their balls right now?
Yeah.
Davidson to stay at 17 under. Very big putt this.
Looks like it's going to be quite quick. You can see his putting stroke is quite short. Little left to right slider down the hill.
And no mistake from the Welshman. He stays at 17 under. Just having seen his playing partner close the gap between himself and him to just one shot. And back to our leader now, Gerard Pepler. First par 3 of the day for him. Playing at 205 meters. Got the iron out. What would we be playing here, Nicole?
What would I be playing?
No, what would he be playing? What do you reckon?
I was going to say, I was going to get a lot longer club than he would. 200 yards, probably about a 6-iron, I think. I'm not too up to date with his distances, but if I can compare him to some of the longer hitters on tour, I'm going to say at least between a 7 and a 6-iron. It's not a bad shot there from him.
Also, what would his mentality be now in terms of his playing? He's got the lead. He's got the 2-shot lead as we look at this longish par 3. The 4th, courtesy of Airlink here at Irene Country Club. Got that bunker towards the front right. So what would his mentality be like now? Would it be about protecting that lead or extending that lead? Of course, he'd like to get as much in front as possible, but are you hunting pins or hunting greens?
I think compared to yesterday, yesterday he played quite aggressive golf, which I think he could afford to. He was quite far ahead. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for him. So today, I'm guessing he's going to go a little bit more conservative. Just try and take advantage of the par 5s where you can. I don't think he has to go super low today to take the title. So, and having players like Burke breathing down your back, you want to put the pressure on them.
Burke, you can see using the club in the swing, and that is not a great effort from him, unfortunately. And yeah, you got the complete contrast like Burke, because he has to attack. He has to try and make up that 5-shot deficit. He's not going to do it with that, though.
Exactly. And they'll be playing 2 completely different styles of golf today. Pepler, all he needs to do is just plod his way through the golf course, make a couple of birdies, and it'll be enough pressure on the other players.
Par 3 7th, Ethan Smith. Playing at 135 meters, and he's put it to within a couple of meters. Brilliant shot from Ethan. Gerard Pepler still out on top. Start of the day with that 2-shot lead, and he maintains that 2-shot cushion over Jack Davidson. Sitting at 17 under. Jakob Prinsloo. Lovely birdie at the 4th. That's taking him to 16 under. Volsnatch already having wrapped up his round. What a 65, Nicole.
Now this course definitely lends for a low round today, so it's anybody's game today, I think. If your irons are spot on today, you can definitely chase that 63, 64 again, I think.
67 from Pierre Villainix. That's taken him to 9 under. Jordan Bernand. His tournament done and dusted. A nice way to finish off, but 70 for him. Great purchase. We saw plenty of him yesterday. Luke Brown is currently sitting at 2 under for the day, as is Peter Mullman. You don't often see him over par. 68 from Rupert Kaminsky. Nice bounce back from him. Tyron Sliders, the young man, he's at 68 as well. Took him to 7 under. McGeegan, the veteran, he's at 6 under. Sol Swartz got off to an absolute fly yesterday. But the man they are trying to catch, Gerard Pepler, sitting at 19 under, began his round. Birdie, birdie, par. Luke Jerling, unfortunately, saw him miss 1 foot a little earlier for par. Over to 13 now. Third of the par threes at Irene CC.
I think this pin today is a lot more gettable than it was yesterday. See, the green feeds down to the side of the green, so there'll be a lot more birdie opportunities today.
Sol Swart. Oh, it looked like he was almost walking it in.
I think he knew as soon as that came off the club face that it wasn't quite going to reach the hole. You can feel it as soon as you miss that middle of that putter. You know that that ball is either not going to reach or it's going to go too far.
I have that feeling a lot on the golf course. Very used to that feeling. Christian Burke following his wayward tee on the par 3 fourth.
Short-sided himself a little bit here. Looks like it's going to come off the left. He's going to have to probably fly something all the way to the green. We'll have a look at what club he's got in his hand in a minute.
Don't know if this result is as bad as he made it out to be. Of course, he lost the club in his hand as well. He looked absolutely crestfallen.
Look, I think it has missed the green quite far left. And for a player of his standard, he has short-sided himself, which is not ideal. You can see the rough there. It's going to be a little bit too thick to hit a bump and run. So he's going to have to take something lofted. Looks like he's got a lob wedge in his hand. I think he's going to try and bump it into that slope and let the slope kill the momentum of the ball. Quite a difficult shot to pull off.
Let's see if Christian's got his earpiece listening to Nicole's advice.
That is beautifully done.
You called it to a tee.
Couldn't quite see exactly where he landed it, but yeah, he would have been aiming for that semi-rough there, just past the long stuff. Let that kill the momentum.
Jean Hugo to stay at 9 under. The wily veteran got his round off to a good start. Birdies at the first and third for him. That is the man they are trying to catch.
Can see he's looking to the side as well as down the line, which kind of helps the players gauge where the slopes are coming from. It always helps to look around the line as well as down your line, especially from both sides.
Hunting his second victory on the Sunshine Tour, having captured a win back in 2023 at the Gary and Vivian Player Challenge. Can he make it 3 birdies in 4? Will take some effort here on the 4th.
Looks like he's taking it quite wide out to the right. Ball should, as it loses momentum, it should die back down to the hole.
Set.
Just hasn't quite taken enough line, and unfortunately on a big swinger, if you don't miss it and you miss it low, it picks up speed. And then you end up with quite a long putt coming back.
As we've seen right now. So Pepler with a bit of work to do to save par. Jacques de Villiers, long birdie attempt. A man who was playing alongside Gerard Pepler yesterday. Had to feel the disappointment for Jacques de Villiers yesterday. He had so many opportunities to close that gap. It just couldn't convert. We speak about the birdies. He had a 10 and 11. You thought this is the turning point, but it was not to be, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I think he would have thought about that a lot yesterday. Although there were a lot of positives. So if he can just take those positives away from yesterday, that it only took a few more putts to drop for the momentum to change.
Can he maintain his 2-shot lead?
Just sneaking it in on the left.
A little too close for comfort there for Gerard Pepler. But he stays at 19 under and 2 shots clear of Jack Davidson. Over to Christian Burke now, following that exquisite bump and run. Nice up and down for Christian Burke.
I see there are quite a few players out here today that are making use of the claw grip with on their their putting stroke, which is quite interesting to see. I do like it. It takes out the wrist movement. So if you're ever struggling with your putting, you can always try that grip.
Again for the folks sitting at home, as we watch Ethan Smith edge it in. Wonderful result following that great tee. So for the viewers sitting at home thinking, what are you talking about? Claw grip. I just take a handle and I just hit.
Yes, so if you have a look at Christian Burke there, the way that he grips the club, the one hand is very straight and he's just kind of gripping it in between the thumb and the forefinger, and that's called the claw grip. It looks a little bit like a claw. The other hand is resting on the club like normal.
Proper traditional Parkland par 4 here, courtesy of Airlink. The 5th. Long enough to require commitment on the approach shot, and one where players are often very happy to walk away with the par. .222 pars delivered here. Double Nelson on the 5th.
See, the play seems to be quite slow out there today, but I think that can be generally just because of the fact that there are so many reachable par 5s. So you tend to wait a little bit more on courses like this. Although it is more fun to watch, a lot more birdies and eagles going around.
And of course, the other thing is the fact that they are playing the 4th and final round. There's just so much more pressure on these putts. There's no second chances on each hole. Back to the driver for Gerard Pepler now. He's certainly going to give this a go.
Just keeping it on the fairway there, but I think he looks a lot happier with his driver today.
Well, this is a different Pepler that we saw from what we saw yesterday. You talk about characters and animation on tour and on the course, and we said Jason Ritz, we don't often see too many theatrics from him. It's a different story when it comes to Gerard.
Yeah, that action there was him motioning that he was steering it a little bit. Either scared of the left or right. That's what you call a steer.
Christian Burke now. Can he replicate matters? Hunting his 3rd birdie on the trot on this hole. Just off the fairway. Of course, the Sunshine Tour personnel responsible for putting these tours together, and one of the most famous of them, Dirk Klutter.
Hi, I'm Dirk Klutter. I've been employed with the Sunshine Tour for the past 19 years as a tournament director. I'm currently the compliance manager for the tour. Well, it's obviously another event where our professionals can showcase their talent. The sponsor that comes on board provides the funding for the event, and the prize money is what makes it possible for these professionals to compete and earn a living. It's been a wonderful event. It's been running since 2001. This will be the 6th edition of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. As soon as the event is wrapped up, the planning already starts for the following edition, confirming the venue, confirming the dates. It's an ongoing process. Obviously, it needs to fill in with the rest of our events on our schedule. And once those dates are confirmed, then the various teams start negotiating with the venue, and obviously internally getting our processes in order for delivering the event, delivering the equipment to the event, allocating the staffing, and it all builds up closer to the event being staged. Well, obviously we have several programs whereby we try and introduce new players into the game, players from underprivileged backgrounds, provide them with support structure to give them a platform of entry into these events. And then we also, as part of the tournament week, we often host clinics for young kids to get exposed to this level of competition and interaction with professionals. Professionals give them tips on how to play the game and how to develop the game. And just their general exposure to this environment is obviously very exciting for the youngsters.
Wonderful to hear from Dirk Klutti. And he is one of the doyens on the Sunshine Tour, responsible for ensuring everything goes from strength to strength, success to success. As we see Davidson looking to close the gap to 1 between himself and Gerard Pepler.
So there's that claw grip that I was talking about. Keeps everything just nice and tidy, keeps your angles really, really still.
Big movement there from Jack Davidson. His first birdie of the day to go at that eagle at the first. As a result, just one shot stands between Gerard Pepler and Jack Davidson. Graham van der Merwe going along nicely too. Having eagled the 6th. And he sits 3 adrift of Gerard Pepler. The battle at the moment between the South African and the Welshman at the top of the leaderboard. Gerard, of course, nicely placed on the fairway over on the 5th.
It's going to be an exciting back nine today.
Tell you what, strap in, folks. There are plenty of players in contention here. Estienne Conradi now.
It's Mr. Green with quite a short club in hand.
See the back of Graham van der Merwe here. His playing partner. What a start to proceedings for Graham. 3 birdies and an eagle so far for a man who quit golf for a fairly long time.
Yeah, he did. I'm not too sure what made him decide to come back, but I know one of his good friends, Hayden Porteous, was playing really well and he was caddying for him a little bit, and I think the bug just bit him again and he thought, why not?
Speak about comebacks. Hayden Porteous, what a comeback he's enjoyed, having captured victory at Gowrie Farm last season. Also winning the Sunshine Tour Comeback of the Year award at the awards evening, which took place at the season-ending championship over at De Zalze. Christian Burke now.
Quite a difficult shot there with your feet, the ball below your feet, but he's managed to pull it off a little bit. I don't think it started exactly where he wanted. He might have pushed it out a little right, and that can happen quite easily when the ball is below your feet. Face just stays a little bit open. And there you go, showing the action of that little cut as a result of the ball below your feet.
Following another booming drive, Gerard Pepler. Be a little lob for him. And that is indeed the case. Probably would have been, well, of course he would have liked it to be a little closer, but certainly not a bad result.
Yeah, I think the nerves today mixed with a little bit of adrenaline. It's going to be quite difficult to control those short shots, but I think he's got it in him.
Van der Merwe looking for yet another birdie. And that was at the 7th. Couldn't quite do what he did on the 1st, 2nd and 5th. But he's going along very, very nicely. Don't count this man out whatsoever. Look at that bright yellow 2 situated at the 6th. He's very much in the hunt here at Irene. A languid stroll there from Gerard Pepler. Of course, one of the benefits for the Ammies that they get to cart down to their balls.
If only. I think Gerard will get a nice line here from Burke.
Is it a nice break for you pros, Nicole, when you do play practice rounds, fun rounds, etc., getting to cart, or do you enjoy the walk? I must be honest, I love walking.
I do not walk in a social round.
Is it?
Do enough of that in tournament. You never ever get to ride in a golf cart during a tournament. So I have my own golf cart at Ibati, and I don't think I've walked it in maybe 15 years.
Conradi to set 13 under.
It's good save there for Conradi.
Match 21 or the threes.
You can see the players tapping down the green there, which is a recent rule. I think it was changed in 2019, if I'm not mistaken, that you can now tap down spike marks and anything in your line, as long as it's not too overdone and it looks like you're tapping down the line to improve your roll. But yeah, you can now fix spike marks and anything sticking up, which is, I think, quite fair.
Without a doubt. It almost makes relative sense. You'd think, why was it only introduced then?
Yeah, you know, especially in tournaments, these 4-round tournaments, the course may be a little bit wet and the greens are a little bit soft, and you know, on the 4th day they're quite damaged from everyone walking over the green towards the hole, and by the time the leaders come through, the green is not the same as when the first players teed off. So I think it's only fair that they can tap down a few of the spark marks left behind.
Christian Burke has been scrambling so far throughout the course of this round. Still hunting his first birdie of the day. Will this be it?
If he can make this, he can put a little bit more pressure on Pepler.
Missing out once again. Christian Burke. Was a lengthy effort though. Not a bad attempt. Pepler now. Can he go to 20 under? Just missing out there from Gerard Pepler.
He's going to be disappointed with that. He had a good look at it with Burke's putt.
Over on this wonderful par 3 7th at Irene. Tyron Ryan now.
players have been attacking this pin.
Be good, be good, be good, be good. Oh!
Just coming up short.
Just avoiding that bunker.
When you've got such a big down slope, it's often difficult to judge exactly how far you need to fly this. And they're trying to get it as close as possible, and I think the pin is only a few meters on.
Pepler, can he maintain that 2-shot cushion? No mistake. Easy as you like for Gerard Pepler. He stays at 19 under. He stays in front. Bogey free so far for our leader today. A world away from what he experienced in the start of yesterday's round. Jack Davidson and Jaco Prinsloo tied for second at 17 under, 2 adrift of the big South African. Graham van der Merwe enjoying a tremendous run. 5 under for the day. That's taken him to 16 under. A couple of players tied for 5th. Amazing how quickly the game changes, Nicole. We had about 7 players tied for 5th a short while ago. Those were the days.
No, you can never predict too early what's going to happen in a golf game. Things can change so quickly. And as a player, I think you know that. So going into the last, especially the last 9 holes with only a couple shots ahead, can be quite nerve-wracking.
Sam Simpson 3 under for the day through 8. He's at 66, courtesy of the Englishman Thomas Spreadborough. James Mack at 65. He's shone in this course in the past. Certainly a place he likes to play at. What's happening here, Nicole? Is he going to be on the green?
I think so. With a 3/4 swing.
3/4 swing with an iron.
Yeah, I think he's doing the smart thing here. Just getting it into play, especially with his length. He doesn't need to attack this golf course today. So he can pull back a little bit, just put himself into contention on every hole to be able to hit the green.
I mean, it goes without saying, just looking at his scorecard, this is such a better start for him today as opposed to yesterday. But it's not just about the scores. It's about where he's placing the ball off the tee. Couldn't buy a fairway yesterday. He looks a completely different player in terms of performance and mindset to what we experienced on Saturday.
Yeah, and I think his game plan has changed quite drastically from yesterday. Slightly more controlled, making sure that he's hitting fairways and greens. That's all he needs to do today. Christian Berg just pulling it a little bit left. Just hanging on to the club face a little bit too long.
This is the 6th flyover courtesy of Airlink. Shorter than some of the earlier par 4s. Deceptively awkward though.
I think Christian Berg just on the left. Just blocked out a little bit on that pin today.
The young man Charles Barnard playing alongside Tyron Ryan now.
Probably discussing whether they're going to putt or chip. Obviously the grass just in front of the ball there is your first cut, so it's going to drastically change the speed and any kind of slope that's in front of the ball. Not going to run as smooth.
Which way would you go?
I would probably do the same as what he's doing there and just go with the putter, seeing as there's not a lot of green to work with. You just need to get it over that ridge and through that first rough there. Just let it trickle onto the green and it should run out to the hole.
Well, we heard Nicole's analysis a little earlier, played out to perfection of Christian Berg's attempt. Certainly someone that you need to listen to. So Tyron was listening.
I quite enjoyed playing those mixed events that we have in Europe, one of them being the Swedish mixed. You just learn so much from the men. They have such good imaginations. I think sometimes the women can be very, very straightforward and, methodical, where the men have lovely imaginations when it comes to the short game.
So Jaco Prinsloo looking to take hold of second position all on his own. He cannot, and I tell you what, and Pat coming back, he doesn't want to lose possession of the tied 2 at the moment. Very much is a possibility. Luke Brown is third at 9. Yeah, and of course with the inverse, Nicole, speaking about the ladies learning so much from the men, and take nothing away from yourselves. I'm sure they're learning plenty from you too.
Oh yeah, there are definitely parts of our game that are completely different to how the men would play, and you know, we can learn from each other because we don't have the length that they have. The way that we play golf is very different. Maybe more of an old school type of game, and we have to be a bit more strategical. We don't have the length to overpower the courses.
Long putt there from a distance from Charles Barnard. He opted for the putter from off the green there.
Yeah.
Now we go to Tyrone Barnard now, doing the same.
I think especially because the greens are running so quick, you only just need to get it onto the putting surface for it to roll out nicely.
Please stand still.
The wait there from Tyrone. Luca Filippi and I had the discussion yesterday regarding the popularity of late of mallet putters as opposed to the blades. What's your thoughts?
Very for the mallet putter. I've never been a fan of the blade. I think my first putter was a Scotty Cameron, and I wasn't a fan. There we go. Beautifully done by Ryan. Yeah, I think, you know, putting is not my strength in my game, and I think you have to have such a good stroke for that blade to work for you, and a lot of players do, and they can, and you have to keep that face incredibly still. With a mallet putter, just allows you to have a slightly bigger arc in your putting stroke.
Lovely putting stroke there from Jaco Prinsloo as he stays tied for second. A little bit of a worry there from the length that he missed out there with his birdie attempt a little earlier. Davidson to stay at 17 under 2 alongside Prinsloo. Ooh, little hairy. Does the job in the end. Jack Davidson, he stays at 17 under. To adrift of Gerard Pepler, sitting alongside Jaco Prinsloo, his playing partner. As we move back to Luke Brown now. So close. Just scrambling for a birdie there on the par 5 ninth.
Going back to the mallet putters, I think
Yes.
they gained a lot of popularity when the 2-ball came out, the 2-ball putter, which had basically 2 white balls on the back, 2 dots that you could line up the ball with, and that really helped the players line the ball up, and I think it had a lot of wins in the beginning, and that's when the mallet putter really took off.
And you combine that with marking your ball with the straight line, and suddenly it's a different game.
Can't go wrong.
Christian Burke, once again, not happy with that approach. I don't know why, because that is a great result. Just lost the grip a little bit. Back to our leader now.
He's got a short club coming in here. He's going to attack this pin. Holding off the face quite nicely, and he looks quite happy with that. There we go, straight at the pin.
Yeah, percentage golf there from Gerard Pepler. 2 shots in front, safely on the green in 2. There's the smiles coming across.
Seems to love the camera.
Yeah, he really, really does. Great personality is big Gerard Pepler. Charles Barnard, this is at 12 under. Just doesn't break enough for the young man. A rare drop shot for him. Luke Brown, he pitched a short while ago. As a result, he'll finish up with par. 38 for Luke Brown on the front nine. Nicole getting herself a well-deserved break as we welcome Simon Hill back into the commentary box. Nicole will be back with us in a short while as we watch Peter Mulman looking to get into double figures. And he does so. Third birdie of the day for Peter Mulman, but unfortunately that goes alongside 3 bogeys. Welcome back, Simon. Good to see Gerard Pepler still out on top.
Thanks, D. Got about 6 coffees there.
Thank you for mine.
No, you're welcome. I learned how to milk an almond.
Yeah, it's been some great golf, particularly from that man on the right of your picture, Gerard Pepler. Still bogey free for the day. Kick things off with back-to-back birdies as they watch their fellow amateurs play. We've got Gerard Pepler playing alongside Nabil Ghani and Darren Bassa playing with Christian Burke. Be rejoining them just now. Gerard Pepler got a very makeable birdie attempt coming up as we see the man trying to catch him from Wales. Jack Davidson from this elevated tee box on the 135-meter par 3 7th.
The Pulpit is this hole's name. And if you've ever played it, you're really high.
Yes.
And it's quite deceptive to pick your club.
It is, of course, the higher you are from that tee box, the shorter you've got to go. And I mean, 135 meters as it is, relatively short par 3 for this day and age. And yeah, very, very deceptive, but certainly one of the signature holes that he Botsy. Say Botsy. Irene.
Look, I don't want to say it.
Yeah, it is really has been a popular course, has Irene, and it is great to see the players make the most of it, particularly Gerard Pepler. Christian Burke trying his best to catch up, still hunting his first birdie of the day. Could this be the one? No!
And it just doesn't look like it's happening for him. He's, yeah, I mean, it looks like he's failing to build a bit of momentum. Getting frustrated, and it can be.
Yeah, and I tell you what, this is a carbon copy of what we witnessed yesterday with Gerard's playing partner, which was Jacques de Villiers. Again, so many opportunities to try and close that gap, just couldn't convert. And yeah, it's a sense of deja vu almost. Whereas this man today has been on fire, bogey free and hunting his third birdie of the day. This to stretch his lead. Left of the pin. Urging it to go right. It's a little late for that. I'll wait to see Nabil and Darren wrap up their holes. Darren just missing out, unfortunately. Bad luck there, Darren Busser. Gerard Pepler to stay at 19 under. Should have no problem with this. Let me not put the markers on him. But no problem, it is. Gerard Pepler stays at 19 under, 2 clear of Davidson and Prinsloo. Davidson, of course, in a little bit of trouble over at the 7th. Speaking of that man, Jacques de Villiers, here he is now in picture. Nothing but pars so far for him today, which was very much the story of the day for him yesterday. Lovely approach from de Villiers. Returning to the pulpit. Prinsloo and Davidson watching their fellow Amis play. Riaz Ghani, one of them. You can see him there in picture. The CEO of the Kit Kat Group. Davidson from the sand. Big moment this.
Seems like it's a bit of a downhill lie here. Which always makes it tough to stop.
And he did a very good job there. Couldn't have done much better. Not quite the St Andrews Road hole bunker in terms of depth. Davidson left with that for par and to stay within 2 of Gerard Pepler.
There gives you some kind of indication as to the height and the elevation that they're hitting off. But Davidson would feel right at home in these parts. You know, there's the Irene farm next door. Lots of sheep there.
You certainly would. Jack Davidson, a Welshman. You can see him in the distance. He's got that left. That's from the distance. Riaz Ghani from off the green.
That dairy, by the way, is a fantastic place to go if you've got young children.
Is it?
Brilliant.
Oh, thank you very, very much. I do. I've got a 10-year-old daughter. 11, actually. Turned 11 on Thursday. Shoo. Ethan Smith.
Did you remember?
I did. Also at a great party. Not quite at a dairy, but it was great. But 11-year-old, would she enjoy it?
She's probably a bit old for it. I've got a 2.5-year-old, and myself and the missus often go out to that part of the world, and the cows, the ice cream.
While you go and play golf. Jaco Prinsloo now.
My daughter loves it as well.
Prinsloo second at 7. Of course, Jack Davidson has his putt coming up for par. Can he close the gap? 2-1 between himself and Gerard Pepler. Just left for him. You could see how little effort he put into that in terms of the speed. That was flying down. Good attempt. And Jaco Prinsloo. Back-to-back pars for him. He stays at 17 under. It's going to be an interesting putt coming up from Jack Davidson as we see Jacques de Villiers now looking to move to 12 under. And another missed opportunity for Jacques de Villiers. Not wasting much time to come back for par. Plenty of players would mark that. Not Jacques. Another par on the card for him. Davidson. Big move here. Can he stay tied for second? What a putt. That's clutch.
Just keeps that momentum going.
A little wry smile creeps across his face. Big moment. Left-handed Smith, Ethan Smith. That's his third birdie of the round.
Playing with lefties is always so tough. You never know where to stand.
Yes. I find that incredibly so. And they're few and far between. But it's also a completely different skill set that comes into play as well with them.
I'll watch them. I don't know how you hit a golf ball.
Gerard Pepler now.
And then they look at my swing and say the same thing.
Pepler at the 7th. Still holding on to that 2-shot cushion in front. Beautifully done from our leader. Yes, Simon, you would have heard Nicole speaking earlier about his play here as we look at the pulpit. Short par 3, but highly deceptive. One of the signature holes here at Irene. Yeah, the mentality of him now, certainly not about going all-out attack, just protecting that lead, and if you get the odd birdie, well, that's a bonus.
Yeah, but I think if you get too defensive, you can start making mistakes.
100%. That's that fine line. Christian Burke, of course, has to go on the attack. And he does a wonderful job to boot, too. So very similar shots there from the two players. Similar results.
Do you think we'll get a smile out of him today?
If he gets his first birdie coming up, we might see our first smile.
Looks very serious.
He really, really does. Well, he's seen that opportunity just whittle away over the course of the last couple of holes. And of course, it all started back on the first and second when Gerard Pepler got those back-to-back birds. Nice shot there from Jaco Prinsloo. Tied for second. It is the fourth and final round of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am taking place at Irene Country Club. As we see the Welshman Jack Davidson now at the 8th and holding on to that position of tied for second. And he matches Jaco Prinsloo. 2 great drives for the two men tied for second at 17 under. See one of the lines that Nicole Garcia spoke about a little earlier, urging Amis watching at home, just do that to your golf ball. Once again, a reminder, as we still very much in the early days of the season, the new Sunshine Tour season 26-27. From here we head over to Gqeberha, taking on Humewood Golf Club, the 3-round Sunbet Challenge. We are, of course, here at the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Let's hear more from the folks over at the Kit Kat Group.
Hi, I'm Ahmed Ghani, the chairman of the Kit Kat Group. It's been a wonderful, wonderful week of golf tournament fantastic arrangements at the course. The course was in fantastic shape, and we really enjoyed playing the tournament here. Well, if you've seen this whole week how it's been, you can see the activities and the people and the fun and everybody that has here. And when you speak to the pros, they tell you that this is probably one of the best golf days that they come to. So we endeavor doing that all the time, and we achieve that very well. Sports bridges the gap for everybody, so we love that, and we want people to understand that sports brings people together, and Kit Kat is about that for our Rainbow Nation. So for all our friends and suppliers and friends and business partners, this is the best time to network with each other and find each other, find some opportunities. And we love to be the reason for that. And Kit Kat Pro-Am is all about that, networking and having fun. The signature hole on this course, I believe, is hole number 7, which is a beautiful par 3 down a lovely hill. And I think you know, we're going to try and make some birdies or hole-in-ones there, hopefully, today.
Yeah, the signature certainly is the 7th. We rejoin Graham van der Merwe now, his 3rd on the 9th. Finding the green, only just. There is his playing partner, Tyron Ryan. Christian Conradi now is 3rd at the 9th. Estienne began his round with a birdie. Since then, he's gone nothing but pars, but not a great result for him there. Gerard Pepler looking to go to 20 under and stretch his lead to 3. Turn, turn, turn. It does, just the other way. Yeah, good effort from there though. Won't have any problems with the par. And of course, as a result, he still maintains a 2-shot cushion ahead of Jack Davidson and Jaco Prinsloo. Christian Burke still hunting his first birdie of the day. Will this be the smile maker? Get in. Yeah. Well, not really, because you need to have the smile to wipe it off. We haven't seen one yet today for him. He does. Unfortunately, there we go. That's another opportunity goes begging from Christian Burke. Estienne Conradi was a woeful 3rd. Can he redeem himself with the 4th? He certainly can. Much, much better from Estienne. Scrambling on his way to an attempted par now. A nice indication of how little wind there is out there. Darren Basser from the distance there. As we see our leader and one of the men trying to catch him across the bridge over Henops. over to the 8th now. Gerard Pepler holding on to that 2-stroke lead as they make their way to the 8th. Gobbler.
We are Sunshine Tour Pros, and if you know anything about golf, you know we need a great car and a partner.
You know we can't blame the lift if we're late for the tee time.
Ever tried walking from Cape Town Airport to the golf course?
Or trying to win the Joburg Open while cycling to the hotel and back. We've tried everything.
But now we know we have the partner for the job.
Enterprise Rent-A-Car, official car rental partner of the Sunshine Tour.
Wonderful support from Enterprise, keeping the men and ladies moving here on the Sunshine Tour. Luke Jerling for a rare birdie. Good attempt. Tell you what, we saw him miss out, and apart from just a little longer than that distance earlier, this time round, no mistake. He stays at even par. Yeah, it came across loud and proud on our mics in here. Conradi, nice scramble from him. Walks off with a par. Par birdie so far for Gerard Pepler. Still hunting his 3rd of the day in terms of birdies. Great, another great strike from Gerard. Only a completely different beast to what we experienced yesterday. As he continues to hunt his 2nd win on the Sunshine Tour. As we have a look at the par 4-8, strategic dogleg left. Tee shot certainly shapes this entire hole. One of the better risk and reward holes on this course. Christian Burke, also mixed bag on this hole in the past. Straight down the middle. Thought maybe that might have cracked a smile from him. Yeah. Over on the 9th. Back to the youngster now. Charles Barnard. Life a little different from yesterday. Still searching for his first birdie of the day. Carry. Charles Barnard, one of the young men who recently turned pro. Now things are standing when it comes to the Fortress Rookie of the Year. It is Travis Proctor out in front following the 2 events. Any man to have reached 3 figures on the points table. Cole Stevens and Jacques Van der Merwe tied for 2nd. And the Frenchman Benjamin Kioshim currently in 4th. As for the Courier Order of Merit, sees Arsene Batista, Samuel Simpson and Alton van der Merwe out in front after 2 events. It is the 4th and final round of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am here at Irene Country Club.
Final round coverage of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am from Irene Country Club. Derek's just stepped out. He's gone to go dye his hair.
And I am back. So, yeah, looking forward to a few holes here. Getting to see some good golf. The guys are still chasing Pepler. It's really interesting to see.
I know you said, Nicole, that he doesn't need to do much today, but you also don't want to get overly defensive and protect the lead.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, I mean, in some instances, he's going to have to be a bit more aggressive, especially when it comes to the par fives, the shorter par threes. He's going to need to capitalize on those. You know, this golf course is quite scoreable, so anyone can come. You know, anyone that is trailing behind him could come with a low score and catch up to him quite quickly. So he wants to maintain that lead as long as possible.
Davidson for par. He's got that claw grip going.
Yeah, like I said again, it's quite a useful grip, especially if you have a lot of movement in your wrist. So he's doing quite well with it. I think it's quite a good way to go.
I've got very unsupple wrists, which makes the claw quite tough for me.
Well,
I've tried everything. I'm overhand at the overlap at the moment, but I did dabble with the claw for a while.
You've got supple wrists or unsupple wrists?
Unsupple.
All right, then the claw grip is you can have any grip then.
Princely now. Stays in the hunt.
See, the leaders just waiting on the green there. Like I said before, play is a little bit slower, just generally because there are a lot of reachable par fives.
And I think also when you're playing with amateurs, it can take a little bit longer.
Yeah, for sure. But I think at this point, the amateurs, know when to pick up, know when to move. Should be going straight at this pin with a short club in his hand. He's got it onto that top tier. What a great shot from Pepler. Attacking. Has to keep it left of that pin. There's a bit of a drop off on the right there, which you don't want to dabble with.
Looking for his third birdie of the day. He started like a house on fire. 3 on the first, 4 on the second, a birdie on the par 5. And then since then, all pars. So we'll be looking to get onto that birdie train again.
Yeah, I need to try and extend that lead going into the back nine just to give himself some cushion. Burke coming in for his second. He's not going to be too happy with that. I think Pepler's putting the pressure on him. He's going to have a downhill slider left to right. Not an easy putt for birdie that. I really like the shot that Tyne Ryan's just played here. Little bump and run. Proof is in the pudding.
He would have liked that as well for a long time.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The imagination that they have. He immediately took out what looked like possibly an 8-iron or a 9-iron, just bump and run it into the slope.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point actually between amis and pros. Is perhaps an amateur would take out a sandwich there or a lob wedge and try fly it straight to the hole. The pros just look at it a little bit differently.
Yeah, I think you see a lot of the amateurs just immediately take out the lob wedge for any kind of shot. But, the percentage of actually pulling that shot off is very low in certain, circumstances. So that little bump and run shot, the percentage of you getting it within a makeable putt is a lot higher than when you bring out the lofted wedge.
And keys to a good bump and run shot, what do you do?
It's very similar, I'm going to say, to a putting stroke. Everything is very centered, very still, not a lot of wrist movement. And you just got to keep that face nice and straight and take a less lofted club. It's quite an easy shot, actually.
I'll remember that. Easy for you.
I think if the amateurs had to use that a lot more, their handicaps would lower quite a lot. Golf course looking beautiful from this view. Again, the trees going into autumn.
But May in Gauteng is just a fantastic time to play golf.
Oh yes, yeah. The weather is just perfect for golf, I think. Slightly cool mornings, but the sun comes out in the afternoons and it's perfect golf weather.
And the course is generally nice and firm, so you're getting the run. Gerard Pepler leading the way, 19 under. But there are a host of players lurking.
Graham van der Merwe doing nicely there, catching up quite well. See the players having a look at their lines from all angles here. Burke will be walking up and down his line, having a look at which point he needs to get it to, which they call the apex of the putt. So where is the highest point of the putt that you need to aim at for it to then die back down to the hole. Pace on this one is going to be really important. You don't want it to get too quick down that hill past the pin, and then you have a tricky one coming back up. Unfortunately, he's not going to get a good look from his Ami.
And these greens seem to be running slick. They look quite quick.
Round about 11.5 on the stimp. And downhill, you're probably looking at a good anything between 12 and 13 on these greens, depending on the slope. Also, you can see it's quite flat in the first part of his putt, but as it reaches that slope halfway, it's gonna just pick up some speed. Just as it reaches its apex there, and it's going to pick up some pace. Just not enough to get it down to that hole. Going to leave himself a little bit of a tough left to right slider for par.
Barnard for his birdie.
Nice easy birdie there. It's always nice to walk up to a putt knowing that you've got a short one for birdie.
I wish I could play par fives like these guys. Wish I could play golf like these guys, but not the longest course in the world. And
although, you know, we've seen now with Pepler that the longer hitters are taking advantage of this golf course.
On the 6th and 7th of June, we go to Royal Johannesburg East for the Waterfall City Tournament of Champions, supported by Attack and the Waterfall City Management Company. It's a fantastic tournament, that. It's such a great initiative. And Waterfall City, such fantastic partners to the Sunshine Tour as well.
Pepler would have got a good look at Burke's putt coming down the hill there.
Just to put a bit of daylight between him, Van der Merwe, Davidson and Princely.
There we go. Finally, that third birdie on the scorecard.
With the par 5 to play to finish up the 9.
Ninth hole, quite a gettable hole for him as well, with his length.
So that's how it stands. The final round of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Gerard Pepler leads by 3. He leads from Graham van der Merwe, Jack Davidson and Jaco Prinsloo. He's about to play the 9th hole. As you heard Nicole say, the par 5, certainly be eyeing a birdie there.
That's a great putt from Burke. That's not what you want to be left with for par.
That is a very good 2-putt.
Well, that little left to right slider, especially for the right-hander, is not the easiest putt. You're more likely, you know, to be more comfortable over a right to left putt as a right-hander.
And why is that?
I think it just sits better on the eye. The putter moves, you know, it just moves a little bit better on a right to left because you're able to keep the face straight out to your target. But I think the left to right is you want to steer it a little bit. Course looking really good this time of the year.
And a beautiful area, Irene. I don't know whether you know this, but the former Prime Minister Jan Smuts used to take his walks over Irene Country Club.
Oh, okay. I can picture it. It's a beautiful area, some nice farms.
It's long ago, so those memories are probably in black and white.
It's a great shot. Just short of the green.
He tried golf once and said, no, it was too mechanical.
I can agree with that.
He knew his limitations.
Ninth hole, very gettable pin today.
Did he top that?
Was not Prinsloo's best shot there. Yeah, I think he's just caught it on the bottom of the club.
People all around South Africa now, amateurs all over the place, smiling and nodding, saying he is one of us.
Yeah, isn't it nice to see some of the pros do
They
a
are
very
human.
normal thing? I mean, we've seen a lot of the top players in the world do that. Rory McIlroy for one.
Shane Lowry's been known to do it now and again.
Yeah.
He's probably seeing about 6 balls, old Shane.
I think the most important thing when that happens, probably the difference between the pros and the amateurs is how you come back from that. Giving that a go, and everything in that shot, and it's worked out just perfect.
That is an absolute monster.
Looking to extend his lead on the 9th hole.
I was saying to Derek earlier, these par 5s for Gerard effectively play like long par 4s.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's going to be very disappointed walking away with a 5 on any of these par 5s today. Burke's also put a bit of effort into that one. It could be leaking a little bit off the side. No, that's a great shot.
Nicole, how tempting is it if you are playing with a long hitter like Gerard Pepler to start chasing the guy?
Yeah, we spoke about this yesterday, and I think it happens without you even noticing. You know, that you're just putting a little bit extra into your swing, and sometimes it just doesn't pay off. You start to steer it a little bit. Prinsloo trying to come back out onto the fairway.
He's playing his 3rd.
Going to be very disappointed with where he's ended up there, but hopefully he can save a par. Oh, birdie. That was unbelievable. He's obviously had a good shot into the green there, which we couldn't see from here. Good line, I mean.
But as you say, it's about how you bounce back.
Exactly. It's how you bounce back from it. You have the confidence that you're not going to do it again. And it was a bit of a fluke, and you're confident in your game that you can bring it back. I'm sure he's going to have a bit of a laugh when he walks off there with his birdie.
I'm sure his AMI partners enjoyed it.
Oh, for sure. Don't feel so bad about some of their shots today. Davidson just short of the green. I think they're just waiting on the amateurs there. Davidson just having a look at where he wants to pitch his ball, giving a little clap to the amateur there. Oh no, to Prinsloo. Just as impressed as we are with his comeback on this hole. So when they walk up to the green there, they're just having a look at exactly where they're wanting to pitch this hole. There's a lot of visualization in these kind of shots. So it's always interesting to see. They'll normally go stand very close to where they want it to pitch. And he'll be looking down that line now.
I can't imagine that he'd want to fly this to the hole.
No, I think it's going to roll out a little bit. These greens are quite firm. It's not going to get a lot of spin.
Oh, what a shot.
There we go. Runs it out. Probably just flown past where he was standing. That's a great shot from Davidson.
He'll have a good look at birdie. Started with an eagle on the first. All par since then. So to close out 9 with a birdie and bring him to within 2 of Pepler.
Yeah, I think how this hole is playing today, if you walk off with a par, you're losing a shot to the field. Burke just hanging on to his tee shot there on this hole, but it's worked out perfect. He's had the lefts going a little bit today, so I think he was thinking about that bunker. But he's going to have a good crack at that front pin today. Ball slightly below his feet, which is going to promote that slight fade.
Is he playing preferred lies today?
Yeah, there was some mud on the ball earlier today. So the rules officials and the tournament director would have gone out on the course early this morning and had a look at the fairways. If there are some mud balls out there, then they allow placing. There's nothing worse than walking up to your ball and there's a massive mud blob on it, and you know that's going to affect the flight quite drastically. See how quick these greens are today. Just hit it a bit too firm and it catches that down slope and it just doesn't stop. Garni with his opportunity here. Arias Garni. I do like his putting stroke though, quite upright. We spoke about it yesterday. Not a lot that can go wrong. I've seen him make a few putts these last 2 days. Also, quite a good posture here. Hands upright, back up the heel. He knew immediately.
Up and out of it.
Yep.
Sporting some nice kicks there. Slick Rick.
I think they must be quite nervous when the camera's on them. Davidson with about a 4-footer for birdie.
Sure, Davidson wishes he could pick his ball up and take 4. This to move within 2.
I'm assuming this is coming just slightly off the left, slightly downhill, but not by much, so should be a pretty standard putt for Davidson. You can see how short his swing is there, so how quick these greens are.
Not to be.
Yeah, those little slippery ones, left to right. That's what I was talking about earlier, about the left to right downhillers for a right-hander are not very comfortable.
So, a par for Jack Davidson on 9 means it's a 34. So really it was that eagle on the first hole and all pars since then. I'm sure he was hoping it would have panned out a little bit differently after that start.
He's going to feel like he's made a bogey on this hole. Good birdie there for Prinsloo, especially after that second shot. Christian Burke is going to have to aim a little left of target here. Make sure that he uses that chest through the ball, meaning that he gets his chest up and out of the shot, just so that he can hold on that face and promote that little fade off of this downhill. Well, he hasn't quite done that. He's just not getting his chest through the ball as nicely as he wants today. Unfortunately, that allows a bit of movement with the club face, left and right.
Yeah, not happy with that. We don't know where it's finished, but safe to say not on the green.
Especially with this pin position today, you really want to take advantage of that on the 9th hole. Player and caddy both having a look at their yardage book here. They'll be discussing what kind of shot they want, where to pitch it, what the wind's doing.
How much role does the caddy play in this? Does the pro pretty much know this is what I need to do? How much input would he take from his caddy?
No, your caddy it's a great benefit to have a good caddy on the bag. You know, we spoke about this yesterday, how much they actually contribute. You know, they help you decide on, you know, they look at the wind, they look at the green, they look at the rollout, help you decide on the shot. So it is really a team effort. And what a team effort that was from Roots and his caddy. Perfect.
Each pro different, of course. Some don't like their caddies helping them with lines. Prefer to read their own putts.
Yeah, on the greens is, you know, that varies quite a lot. But generally from tee to green, you know, the job stays the same. Maybe some caddies have a bit more involvement than others, but they will definitely give you the basics. Short par 3 here, 126 meters. It's going to be a wedge for these players. You can see how much spin that ball is generating on these greens. How firm they are. That was quite a lot. But he's got a nice uphill putt there for birdie.
And I think for amateurs, if you haven't learned to read putts at a young age and you perhaps start playing golf later in life and you start taking a caddy, you lose that skill if you become reliant on the caddy to read all of your lines.
Yes, yeah. You know, as an amateur, I don't think it really matters much. If you've got the caddy there, use him to your advantage, especially the local caddies. If it's their golf club and they've played, you know, they've caddied hundreds and hundreds of rounds on these greens, they know exactly where it's coming from. So I see no harm in using their knowledge on the greens.
I will pay good money.
Beautiful shot from Jerling. Probably looking at no more than a gap wedge or a wedge into this hole today. Great opportunity to attack this pin.
Final round of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Gerard Pepler leads the way. He's currently playing 9. He's 3 under par. Jaco Prinsloo's chasing him. He's 2 back. And then it's Graham van der Merwe and the Welshman, Jack Davidson, at 17 under. Anything could still happen.
So that's one of the risks of that ball below your feet coming into this green, is that if you just hang on to it a little bit long, you can lose it left. You can see how open that face is now. He's just trying to get it up as high as he can, land it softly. From this angle, that didn't look too bad. I think he's done pretty well from where he was.
He'll have that for birdie.
You can see why he was quite upset with that second shot. Short-sighted himself on quite an easy par 5.
Yeah, it's just been a 9 of what could have been. 1 double bogey and the rest pars for Christian Burke. So if he makes that, he'll close at 1 over.
Pepler also having a few practice swings there with quite an open club face. I think it's quite quick from this side of the green.
I would absolutely collapse if this was me.
I think he's been playing around there with a couple of different shot ideas. I've seen some different practice swings from him. Almost looks like he's going to go more of a bump and run shot now. Almost looked like a bladed shot there, which is actually a really fun shot to play. For the viewer at home, he did not thin that. It's purposely come out the bottom of the club just to lift it just above the grass in front of you and let it roll out. Unfortunately, it caught too much of that grass, but he had the right idea.
I wonder if he saw Christian's shot and thought perhaps floating it, landing it on that hard green could be tough to stop.
Yeah, you could see him playing around there with different ideas, longer swing, open face, and then he went to more of a putting stroke with his wedge and stuck with that.
Darren Fusser there. Not a bad attempt. But like putting, chipping is such a confidence thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look, I think it's one of the hardest parts of the game. Oof. You know, around the greens, you get so many different lies, different grasses. You've got a choice of hundreds of different shots to play, and no two shots are the same.
Brainers for his birdie.
He knew it immediately. It came off too hard off the club face. I think both players here probably not too happy with the length of their birdie putts. Let's see if he can convert. Has he done it?
Oh.
Oh, heartbreaker.
Taps in for his 5.
Bit of a lost opportunity there for Pepler, but still in the lead.
Jerling. We just touched that.
It's the only issue with the downhill quick putts is that you're almost too scared to hit it too hard to give yourself a long putt coming back. But unfortunately, then you've got to allow for more break on the putt.
Burke now for a 4.
If he can just make this and jump himself up the leaderboard. Well done from Burke
At
after
last.
short-siding himself there.
At last.
Branners with a par save there after that long putt going a bit too far.
I feel like Heinrich Brandis has been on the tour forever.
Yeah, he's a familiar face, friendly face. You can see he's still having a good time out there, having a few laughs, laughing at himself there for hitting it too far past.
We head down to Tebega for the Sunbet Challenge hosted by Sun Boardwalk. After that, the Waterfall City Tournament of Champions. That's at Royal Johannesburg. And then up to Zambia we go for the Mopani Zambia Open. And then the KCM Golf Challenge at Mchanga Golf Club. The Sunbet Challenge at Sunbet Challenge Times Square Casino, that's at Wingate Park. And then down to the Wild Coast. The Wild Coast Sun hosts the Sunbet Challenge by Wild Coast Sun. The Woods at Mount Edgecombe. In October, Houghton Golf Club plays host to the Fortress Invitational, and then to Glendower. Fantastic layout. Stella Artois Players Championship. And then the PGA Championship at CCJ, and the Hyundai Open at your course.
The Botsy Links, yeah.
You live on the course.
I do. live on the course. It is one of my favorite golf courses, although I would say that Glendower in that lineup is high up there on my list.
It's a short commute to work.
Yeah, just got to roll out of bed. Jump on my golf cart and off I go.
Is there an advantage to living on a golf course as a pro golfer, or do you mean you take your work home with you?
No, I quite enjoy it. I think it's, I don't have to get in the car and drive anywhere. I can just take my golf cart down to the driving range.
And that's a very cool driving range you have there, by the way.
Yes, yeah, the water range, which is really fun. And a lot of people, especially the pros, are worried about the difference in the golf ball, but the golf ball only flies about 7% different, shorter than a normal golf ball on that range. So it's quite beautiful on a summer's afternoon on that dam.
And for most amateurs, it's nice to deliberately hit it into a dam.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm not too sure if it plays on the amateur mind or if it helps you.
I think it's therapeutic. Brown now.
It's a great shot.
Nicely played.
Just run through a little bit. Testament to how firm these greens are, even though there has been a bit of moisture this morning.
Well, the leaders have turned. Back nine Sunday at the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Gerard Peppler, he leads by 2 from Graham van der Merwe and Jaco Prinsloo. Jack Davidson, the Welshman, lurking at 3 back. It's still all to play for here at Irene Country Club.
Players just waiting on the tee box just for the par 5. Reachable par 5, so they will wait a little bit. You can see Peppler and his caddy just pumping themselves up there a little bit. Last stretch.
Thank you very much to Simon Hill. As we rejoin the action now on the 13th. Peter Millman making a bit of a run now. Sitting at 12 under. Delivered 3 straight birdies from 9 through to 11. And he's put himself very much in contention to repeat the feat here at 13.
Again, that par 3, a lot more birdie chances there today with that pin position.
So while we wait for the leader to get his back nine underway, let's find out more from another one of the Sunshine Tour sponsors.
Before there was a nation, there was a promise born of this soil. Before the world wakes, history is in motion. At Blauwklippen, our story began in 1682, rooted in the fertile soils of Stellenbosch. We are South Africa's first founded wine estate, a living legacy where centuries of tradition meet the energy of their working farm. It's a place to find your pace. From sunrise trail runs to our state-of-the-art farm gym, we believe in a lifestyle that honors the land and the spirit. At the heart of it all is our craft. Whether it's our award-winning Stellenbosch wines or Mediterranean-inspired feast at the Blauwe Kitchen, every flavor is a tribute to our terroir. But more than a winery, we are a community. From tastings to our weekend markets are where memories are made under the shade of ancient trees. Blauwklippen, a timeless heritage, an unhurried experience. Come find your moment with us. Blauwklippen, South Africa's first founded estate and first registered company, still pioneering, established 1682.
One of the great partners on the Sunshine Tour, Blaarklippen. Wonderful estate, wonderful wines. And let's see if Christian Burke can pull off a wonderful shot here at 10. Christian Burke having finally got at the mark as far as birdies are concerned at the previous hole.
Just struggling a little bit off the tee today.
Interesting decision to go so far left on that tee box. And he had the box marker in between himself and the ball.
Yeah, I think, he's had a lot of left balls off the tee box today. So I think he's trying to cut the left side of the golf course out a little bit. But the thing is, when you're hitting it left and you're not comfortable, then it brings the right into play and just plays with your mind a little bit.
One of the hallmarks of Irene Country Club, you do a back-to-back par 5s at 9 and 10. As the players take on this 10th. Our leader.
Pepler really has confidence back in his driver today. You can see by the speed that he's swinging it at. He's not holding anything back.
Yeah, that is spectacular from Gerard Pepler. And I keep on reiterating this, but the difference in the player from what we saw yesterday to today, it's chalk and cheese. Interesting to see Gerard Pepler playing with a yellow ball. Are you a player of different colors, or do you enjoy sticking to traditional white?
Yeah, I'm quite boring when it comes to that. I just play with the good old white ball, and yeah, I think a lot of players have superstitions, and I don't have any of that. So, yeah, quite boring when it comes to that.
What an effort there from the Ami. Jeez, they can be proud of that. Or can his playing partner repeat the feat? Lovely. Very well done. Two very different lines and two very different results.
Yep, Amy just giving it a good go there. I suppose when you're playing in a team format, you have to give it everything.
Plenty of golden mongoose out on the course. One of the hallmarks of the courses here on the Sunshine Tour.
There's a lot of wildlife on this golf course, which is really nice to see. Also, when you're not playing so well, it gives you something to look at, isn't it?
I see a lot of wildlife when I'm out on the course. Luke Brown, can he move into double figures? Just didn't turn at the death there. Still sitting at 1 over for the day. There's Luke Brown.
Sure, he'll be disappointed with that. Such a scoreable golf course. We can see there are some low scores out there today with Graham van der Merwe making a lot of birdies and an eagle.
He's going great guns as van der Merwe. Sitting at 18 under 2 adrift of Gerard Pepler. Pepler nicely placed on the fairway at 10. 3 under for the day. Our leader looking every much the man who sits in his position right now. Peter Mullman. This to move to 13 under. What a run he's been on. And he gets it. Mr. Consistent. He's tied for 9th. The host of other players at 13 under. Spoke earlier about the fact that he's very, very good friends with Gerard Pepler. A story that would be. A few more of those, and he could be the man hunting down his good mate. But there's still plenty of golf to go. Back to our penultimate group, Jaco Prinsloo and Jack Davidson. Interesting from Jack Davidson, kicked things off with that eagle, but since then nothing but pars. So playing his fourth now from off the green.
Prinsloo coming off that incredible birdie on the 9th. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Christian Berg now assessing his situation now. Great to see him capturing his first birdie of the round over at 9.
Just going to be a tough shot from the left. Ria's Ghani. Yes, what a good putt. It's that solid putting stroke that I've been talking about the last 2 days.
I really do enjoy it, I won't lie, after you brought it up.
It's on it, like it looks really upright, but it's honestly really good technique.
So interesting position here for Christian Berg.
Again with the ball below his feet. See if Prinsloo can make another birdie. There we go.
He does, sitting alone in second place now. Jaco Prinsloo closed the gap to just one. Well, I mentioned earlier, Nicole, it's one man you don't want breathing down your neck is Gerard Pepler, rather Jaco Prinsloo. And right now, that's exactly what Gerard Pepler has to contend with. Jaco Prinsloo getting back-to-back birdies. And as a result, Prinsloo sitting at 19 under, the leader at 20 under. Davidson to wrap up his par. And he does so. So yet another par for Jack Davidson. He stays at 17 under, but he's just witnessed his playing partner go too clear of him. Oh. Further behind on the 10th now. Christian Berg.
Like I said again, with the ball just below his feet. But it looks like he's setting up to start it right and hook it back around. Here we go, and it looks like he's done just that. It was an unbelievable effort from him. Especially with the ball below your feet, you know, it's really difficult to get the club face to turn back over and get that ball to turn from right to left.
Yeah, drawing it to perfection, Christian Berg. Hunting his second birdie on the trot. They've been few and far between for him over the course of this round. Now, our leader, having seen his lead whittled down to one now.
Had an iron in his hand. Not quite what he's looking for. You know, a bit of adrenaline coming down the back nine. Some water just short. Let's have a look if he's hit the right club there. But I think it could possibly be just a bit of adrenaline coming down the back nine.
Yeah, well, he certainly needs a good pitch coming up now if he's to walk off with a birdie, and he'd be highly disappointed to have walked off with par at the previous par 5. I mean, you'd expect someone as big a hitter as this to have at least got something in the red
He's got
across these 2 holes.
Got a lot of green to work with coming back down to the hole, so he should manage that birdie. Sterling just staying alive.
Yeah, flirted very, very dangerously with the rough and the trees there. And in the end, a good result for him.
This pin today promotes a bit more of an aggressive play on 18 compared to yesterday.
Jacques de Villiers having gone down to 10 under now. Reminder once again, he was playing alongside Pepler yesterday in the final group. It's interesting, it's 10 shots adrift of the man he played alongside yesterday. As we see Ethan Smith here at Irene Country Club. Let's find out more about the club from the greenkeeper, JP Cooper.
Today I am JP Cooper, head greenkeeper at Irene Country Club. I've been head greenkeeper since 2016 of various golf courses. I've been at Irene now for 4 years. Since then we've made beautiful changes and basically just keep building up the golf course as we go. So we normally start about 2 months beforehand, just to make sure that we give ourselves enough time to improve if anything doesn't go as planned. But normally it starts about 2 months beforehand. We make sure our cultivar practices are up to standard. We always try and ensure that we stick to best practices, even though our members make it a challenge, but we follow the right processes. We have had a lot of rain in the last 2 weeks, about 160 mils, but we just made sure that we continue to stick to our basics, dust a little bit more, and ensure that the surface stays firm enough for the tournament. So the greens are starting off a little bit softer than what we wanted them after all the rain, but they'll dry out and firm out towards the end of the week. Hopefully, if everything goes well, the green speed should be rolling around 13 on the stump on Sunday. So my favorite signature hole at Irene Country Club is definitely the 13th, the par 3 we're currently on. Definitely is one of the more difficult, but it's aesthetically one of the most pleasing par 3s that we've got. And then as well the 7th, the pulpit, which has got a 12-meter drop down to the green. So from a groundskeeping perspective is throughout the whole year we try and maintain it to the best of our possibilities to ensure that you always enjoy every single moment here, and consistency is key.
Wonderful work from JP Cooper here at Irene CC. Has done an outstanding job in keeping this course in pristine condition. The pros and amateurs love it alike. Gerard Pepler playing his third from behind the green. Quite the Sunday red and black of Tiger Gerard wearing. The salmon and beige.
It's quite difficult to replicate the Tiger look. So he's got a wedge in his hand. Just not puttable from that rough back there. If he had landed just on the short stuff in front of him there, it might have been fine. Assume he's going with a bump and run again.
So Prinsloo, the man closest to Pepler, went and birdied the 9th and 10th. Pepler could only walk off with a par at the previous hole. Can he make amends this time around? Sit, sit, sit.
Absolutely rapid down there.
That will feel like a massive blow. Big hitting Pepler. Looks very good to walk off with 2 pars in these back-to-back fives. We keep on saying the fact that the par fives for him, just longish par fours, that's not the result he wants.
Jerling with a pretty decent second shot there into 18. Although I think it's quite a scoreable hole today, so you're wanting to get those wedges dialed in. I think that's one thing that the women are quite good at, Derek, is wedges. I remember Leanne Pace in her prime. I think from 120 yards in, she had an 86. Could stand to be corrected, but it was in the 80s, between 83 and 86% up and down average from 120 yards in. It was incredibly impressive. She won 9 times.
Speaking of the ladies doing well, Sandra Alexander currently tied for the lead alongside Alexandra Fosterling. That's over at the Mundi German Masters. 9 under through 14.
It's impressive. I know yesterday she struggled a little bit. I think the weather wasn't, you know, playing along, but yeah, she's having a great season.
She really, really is. One of our hosts of South Africans just shining on the international stage. Christian Berkner for Eagle.
I think this putt is a little bit quicker than they're expecting. It's difficult to judge from Pepler's shot. You know, he was coming out of the rough. No spin on it. Really rapid from the back of the green there. And he's just overshot it.
Get in the hole.
Oh. That's missing out there for Ethan Smith. That would have taken him to 10 under, not to be. So opting once again to chip it through for Gerard Pepler. Oh my. Interesting tactic there, Nicole.
Yeah, things are changing quite quickly. You can see how upset he's getting. I think I would be too, especially with the length that he's got. He needs to take advantage of those. Jerling knew immediately he didn't hit the line.
That is Luke Jerling's tournament done and dusted. Finishes at even par. Says goodbye to that ball. But it's certainly heating up here at Irene Country Club. Gerard Pepler is a tasty little putt for par to maintain that 1-shot lead over Jaco Prinsloo, who's on a great run at the moment. Hunting his 3rd birdie in a row. Graham van der Merwe, what a run he's had. 4 birdies, including an eagle at 6. Christian Berkner looking for back-to-back birdies. Gets it.
There we go. I know exactly what would be running through my mind over that putt. You can't hit this green for 2 and not at least make a birdie. It's probably not the best thing to be thinking over the putt, but I know that's what I'd be thinking.
So it's amazing that it really is a case of deja vu looking at Gerard Pepler's playing partner, because we've got Christian Burke and very similar thing happened yesterday as we see Heinrich Brainers wrap up his tournament. Very popular figure, emanates from the Eastern Cape. 73 today, finishes at 3 under. But Jacques de Villiers yesterday, you saw him go nothing but pars, and then he had that birdie run from 10 to 11. And a very similar situation happening now for Christian Burke, birding 9 and 10. You think, could this be the turning point? Hope for his sake it is. But big moment now, Pepler to maintain his lead. And he gets it. Oh! Nervous moment there for Gerard Pepler. But yeah, he'd be extremely disappointed. Back-to-back par 5s, pars on both.
And both Graham van der Merwe and Jaco Prinsloo putting pressure on him now. Lead is only down to 1.
Yeah, and it just goes to show because both those players walked off with birdies on those 2 holes. So you need to take advantage of those. And just with one par 5 to come for Gerard Pepler, of course, if they make amends on the 4s and 3s, then it doesn't really matter. Not too long to go before we head over to Quebec, over at wonderful Humewood Golf Club with the Sunbed Challenge hosted by Sun Boardwalk, wrapping up on Friday. 3-round tournament. Joburg playing host to the always famous Waterfall City Tournament of Champions, where we see hosts of champions across the Sunshine Tour, Sunshine Ladies Tour, the Betway Big Easy Tour, all in action. Graham van der Merwe, he's on a heater.
It's a lovely shot from Graham there, using that slope. All you have to do is aim middle of the green here and everything filters down to that pin.
Oh, one of the best shots we've seen at that hole all weekend.
I think he's happier with this tee shot. Straight down the middle. Yeah, we've seen those low scores out there, so Graham's got a good chance of coming in with a few birdies. It is doable.
Well, he went 30 in that front 9. And he kicked off his back with a birdie and went par. Gerard Pepler leading by just 1 now.
I think he likes it. Steering it down the middle. Just drifting off. I think it would have looked decent from the tee box, though. I don't think that's too bad of a shot.
Yeah, not the worst result for Gerard Pepler.
Talking about low rounds, see Christian Burke recorded a 56 in his amateur career at his home course in Potchefstroom Country Club. 56, yeah. So he knows how to go low. That was in 2021, so not that too long ago.
What course was it?
Potchefstroom Country Club, yeah.
It's astounding. So we've seen plenty of the Ghanis playing around here today. Of course, as part of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am, amateurs and pros alike. Let's catch up with Nabil Ghani.
I'm Nabil Ghani. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Kit Kat Group, and we're excited today for our golf weekend. I think it's been amazing. Look, every year partnering with the Sunshine Tour, it grows from strength to strength. Every year it's something different, something bigger, something nicer. I think the season's been great, and I'm happy that we're part of the finals of the season of the Sunshine Tour. And it's a great partnership that we have with the tour. Look, it's all about supporting sport. We believe sport keeps people away from the bad elements, so we love supporting sport. And partnering with the Sunshine Tour, it's something bigger, greater. It's a countrywide thing. It's good exposure for our business, but mainly it's about supporting sport. So it's a lot of different types of things. It's basically networking with the suppliers, meeting the heads of each different company. And remember, Kit Kat deals with all the major suppliers in the country. So having the CEOs, CFOs come out, have a round of golf with us, and basically sponsor our golf tournament makes a big difference from a relationship point of view. This golf course is so good to us. I mean, the guys go out of their way. If we have any issue with any hole or any problem on the course, they go out of their way fixing it up, setting it up, and the hosting of us is amazing. Look, like I said, it's a partnership. It grows from strength to strength every year, and every year we just try and make it better than the last year. And obviously we have a big team. We got a lot of people involved, and we just want to hear, how do we make our golf day better? That's what it's all about.
So, I mean, if you take the pro golfers of the Sunshine Tour, there's so many of them that have made it in the DP Tour, on the PGA Tour. So it's a growing sport, but the infrastructure that our country has in golf, I mean, it's just going to get better and better. And we're just so proud to be a part of it and grateful.
Great to hear from Nabil Ghani, COO of the Kit Kat Group. One of the many Ghanis involved at this tournament, playing rather well. Davidson desperately looking to stay in contention, and he nails the par, staying at 17 under. As a result, he is still 3 adrift of Gerard Pepler. Over at 13 now, Estienne Conradi. Would have wanted to be a little closer from the sand. He had plenty of green to work with, did Conradi. Back to our leader now. Slightly unsighted as Gerard Pepler. As we welcome back Simon Hill.
Yeah, just had a lovely low-carb roll, Derek.
Delicious lunch on offer here. They really have put out the spoils of the folks at Irene Country Club.
Operation Lose 3 kgs continues.
Pepler's second at 11. And very nicely done from the big man. As he desperately hunts another birdie. As we look back at this 11th flyover courtesy of Airlink, uphill tight. Certainly demanding.
Actually flew down to Cape Town the other day on Airlink's Embraer. The one with the black livery.
Yes.
Amazing. That was the one that did the flyover at the test.
Yes. It's an incredible airline. I went to St. Helena last year with the Titans cricket team, and we only fly via Airlink, and it's an incredible landing. They only have one flight a week. You get in and out on Saturday. It's about 6 hours there, 4 hours back, slap bang in the middle of the Atlantic. That landing is one of the greatest landings you'll ever experience in your life.
I think you need some special qualification actually to land at St. Helena.
Category C, I think it is, as we see Christian Burke now with a tremendous approach, looking to grab 3 birdies in a row.
Well, sorry you came back, Derek. Napoleon spent a long time there. You managed to make it home.
I did. I tell you what, it was touch and go though, because if the weather's a little rough, you're stuck there for another week. And if we were flying a day earlier, we wouldn't have left, given what the weather circumstances were. As we see Conradi missing out his par attempt.
Yeah, and I've seen you operate in an all-inclusive, so that would have been a dangerous week.
Yeah, the hotel manager was very, very happy to see us go. Jason Ritz now at the par 3, 16th.
Oh, you'd want to do better from 126.
We saw plenty of animations from him a little earlier. It's quietened down somewhat of late. And I tell you what, he's drained 5 birdies along the way today. Going along rather nicely, sitting at 14 under 6 to drift off Gerard Pepler. But the man you need to keep a very close eye out on, actually the 2 men, Jaco Prinsloo and Graham van der Merwe. And Pepler nicely placed over at 11.
You feel things are kind of on a knife edge at the moment. Prinsloo lurking at 19 under.
Van der Merwe now looking to join Prinsloo. Just left for him.
A game of inches.
Oh. 3 pars in a row for Graham van der Merwe. He stays at 18 under and alone in 3rd spot. And could this be the big momentum swinger? Pepler has gone bogey free so far today. 3 birdies to his name. Can he get his first in the back 9? Put himself too clear again.
He hasn't held many of these today.
He's got the distance and he's got the direction. Gerard Pepler. That is spectacular.
You're welcome, Gerard.
He moves to 21 under. 2 clear of Jaco Prinsloo. Pepler just putting Simon Hill in his place. I'll show you. That was a massive moment in the context of this tournament. Charles Barnard looking for his 5th straight birdie. This was the exact same situation he was in yesterday.
Have you ever been on a run of 5 straight birdies?
No. I call 1 birdie a run. Okay, Christian Burke looking for 3 in a row. Oh!
Sorry, that was a joint. Oh,
it was
myself there.
I think from him too.
And how many of those today, D?
Oh man, so many. Really has been the story of the day for Christian Burke. And again, I reiterate what transpired yesterday with Jacques de Villiers with those 2 back-to-back birdies. And you thought, cool, well, is this a turning point? And I wonder if the same thing is happening now as we see Tyron Ryan the 168-meter par 3 13th. Was shooting it just like his playing partner.
Yeah, you just can't fly it straight to the hole. The greens are too firm. They're running quick.
Golden Mongoose getting a front row seat of the action there. Doesn't seem too keen on watching though.
Probably more interested in the food in their bags.
Just so impressed with that putt from Gerard Pepler. The pressure was on. Came back, wrapped up that birdie at 11. Put 2 shots between himself and Jaco Prinsloo.
Off that mongoose trundles. Ah.
We had a monkey. Oh, you spoke about the mongoose so keen on the food. Well, it was the monkey who got there first. I wonder if he got away with anything. Jason Ritz now from off the green with his 2nd. Nice line, nice distance. That was a very, very good effort from Jason Ritz.
It just shows you how steamy these greens are.
Wow. A little wait now for Christian Burke and Gerard Pepler. Certainly something they've got used to be fair.
I mean, as you said, these guys are used to waiting, but it is hard to build momentum when you're waiting on every single shot.
Without a doubt. And I mean, we've particularly seen it now over at the PGA Championship. There's been long waits with the players, and there's been massive complaints, especially from someone like Brooks Koepka, who doesn't take waiting very, very lightly. And I think that was one of the big arguments where we understand, I know it's coming back into the conversation again, but Garrick Hiku having missed out by 30 seconds and getting punished, and other players are saying, no, fair enough, but then you've got guys who are taking 3, 4, 5 minutes over a shot.
You're taking over 6 hours for a round.
Yeah. And, you know, where's the consistency? As we see Peplin up, easily finding the fairway. He's parred this hole throughout the course of this tournament. It is the 12th. Par 4. Visually impressive tee shot from that elevated position. Rolling fairway. Trees lining either side. Plenty of bunkers surrounding the green. Just off the short stuff for Christian Burke. He's still thinking about that missed birdie from the previous hole. Justin Walters now, I haven't seen too much of him today. Started off impressively. He's dropped down to 9 under. Got that to stay at 9 under now.
Justin does such fantastic work for wildlife conservation.
It's a birdies for rhinos.
Birdies for rhinos. I think if he could be a game ranger, he would.
Oh, without a doubt. Absolutely no question. And he knows everything there is to know about the wildlife in and around South Africa and beyond, even though he resides in the States.
I'm not sure what the game ranger pay is like. I'd imagine he's probably making more money on the golf course.
Especially if he's playing on the weekend.
Correct.
Tyron Ryan second. Very good effort. Didn't have much green to work with. And he was in the deep stuff there too. Back to Justin Walters now. So no money for the Rhinos for this hole. A par for Justin Walters. Mentioned yesterday he only has sight in one eye. It was an injury when he was young, a thorn going into his eye.
So when people ask him what his handicap is, what does he tell them?
See, watch out. Amateurs in action once again. Here at the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. From well off the green. Go, go, go! Very good effort. I'd be thrilled with that. Many pros would too.
As I say, Glendower, there's a bit of schmaltz on the fliggle there.
I've been very impressed with Charles Barnard's play. We're going to see him play shortly. We're speaking about how he had a relatively quiet front nine. Well, that certainly was the case. 36 for him. But birdie, 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 birdie for him. As we see Davidson now still looking to get his first birdie of the day. It's unbelievable to hear. Takes some doing from out there. And a good effort, but not to be once again for Jack Davidson. Kicked things off with that eagle, but since then has seen nothing but par all afternoon. Jaco Prinsloo looking to close that gap to just one.
It's not like you can be aggressive with it, though.
Yeah, you would have had plenty of observations with Jack's effort a short while ago. Just not turning at the death for Jaco.
Great try.
Yaku remains alone in second at 19 under. Charles Barnard looking for his 5th birdie in a row. And the run does come to an end. Yaku giving this a long, thoughtful process.
Now the last thing you want to do now is go miss a dolly like this one.
No problem for Yaku Prinsloo. Extremely popular man on tour. Back to Graham, or Tyron Ryan rather. This to stay at 8 under.
Not the final round he would have hoped for. 4 over par.
Yeah, not at all, unfortunately. Complete contrast to his playing partner, Charles Barnard, as we rejoin our leader now. Slap bang in the middle of the fairway on 12. Perfectly done. And the actions of a man who's sitting at 21 under par. He and his caddy will be thrilled with that effort. Giving himself some breathing room at the top.
And was that long putt that he held on the previous hole the kickstart he needed?
I reckon it certainly was. He waited a long time for his 3rd birdie. That came at 8th, and then suddenly at 11th, yet another one. Once you get the taste, it's hard to let it go. Christian Burke just overshooting a bit. Back to Luke Brown. The short par 3 at the 16th. On the green. What they say, on the dance floor, but pretty far from the DJ. So players experiencing a relative backlines here in the final round of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Of course, we did have a 2T start though, but it is Gerard Pepler out in front, leading by 2 over Yaku Prinsloo. Pepler with a very makeable birdie putt coming up. Can he extend that lead to 3 down the stretch? Manhunting his 2nd victory on the Sunshine Tour. Keep an eye on Charles Barnard there, sitting at 15 under. Tremendous run for the young man. Back to Jack Davidson. It's hard to believe that he hasn't hit a birdie all day.
Yeah, he started with that eagle on 1, and then it's just done absolutely nothing since then. And I'm sure no one's more frustrated than he is.
Go. 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 Can this par run finally come to an end? That's certainly makeable. As we rejoin our final group now, Burke and our leader Pepler. It's a tremendous afternoon here at Irene Country Club. The weather certainly has played its part.
Oh, it's absolutely perfect out there. Quite cool. And Irene Country Club, like so many golf courses around South Africa, I'm going to use the corporate word, they've pivoted. And they offer paddle as well. You a paddle man, D?
I am. Not to a large extent. Every now and then. I'm a squash man.
Talk about paddle with a bat, eh?
Yes. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it's one of 6 different sports that they offer here at Irene Country Club.
Well, beyond the Boerewors curtain, they've got Yukske, clay lat. But Irene is actually such a cool little village.
I thoroughly enjoyed. Are you big into paddle?
I've played a few times. My physio is encouraging me to continue. I think it's propped up the physio industry amazingly.
Massively so. The amount of teammates I've lost to paddle, from paddle. They used to play a lot with me. No longer. So Christian Burke looking to move to 17 under. He had those 2 birdies back to back at 9 and 10. Narrowly missed out on another at 11. Can he get back into that run? No. And immediately.
And he just hasn't been able to get any kind of momentum going. It just hasn't happened for him.
Yeah, well, those are the big talking points at 9 and 10. You thought, well, here we go. And I think the disappointment of narrowly missing out that birdie, which really should have been wrapped up, just puts you back to square one, unfortunately. And in complete contrast, you had Gerard Pepler draining a massive birdie on the 11th and looking to do the same now. Can he extend his lead to 3? Get in. He's got it. Gerard Pepler, yet another birdie on the card, still bogey-free as a result. He goes to 22 under. He is 3 clear now of Jaco Prinsloo and Graham van der Merwe. Wonderful effort from a man who started the day 2 shots in front. And he has been composed and clinical.
Great putt by Pepler. That birdie train departs. And it is often the case. You make 1, you make 2. Oh, there was...
Oh, he had that long wait for his 3rd because he kicked off with birdies at 1 and 2. As we see Christian Burke finish off with par. And then he had to wait until the 8th to get his 3rd. And suddenly, it's 3 in the last 5, and he's 3 clear. And there is Gerard Pepler's good mate, Peter Millman. I tell you what, he'll be paying very, very close attention to how that performance at the top emanates. He'll be one of the first ones to cheer him if he had to go on to finish the job. Of course, while he is his friend, he's also his opponent. And he's looking to close the gap on him right now.
Do you think it's because we're north of the Yukske? Do you reckon should Pepler go on and win, Moolman would spray him with brandy?
He has to. It goes without saying.
I'll pay money to see that.
Tell you what, Gerard wouldn't say no either. This missed opportunity there for Peter Millman. Luke Brown from the fringe now. Birdies have been hard to come by for him today. Don't often see that for Luke Brown. Bit of a mixed bag for him today. Has combined 3 birdies. Will it be a 4th? It won't. With a couple of bogeys as well as a double. He stays at 9 under. Does the man from CCJ. He'll be excited to see the Fortress return to his home track in a couple of months' time. Peter Millman wrapping things up for par. So, Prinsloo will be paying very close attention to what's transpiring ahead of him. That gap having extended to 3. Needs to catch up, and soon. The hole's starting to run out. Looking at the big scoreboard ahead of him. Seeing the names on those board. This to move to 20 under. No. Well left, unfortunately, and that's certainly not a gimme. I often see players just walking across while players are watching and checking out their lines. I know he's playing from the other side. Davidson still hunting his first birdie of the day.
He'll be desperate for this to go in.
The wait is finally over.
You're welcome, Jack.
Jack Davidson moves to 18 under. Began his round with an eagle. You thought, this is it. And we had to wait until the 13th before he got another one below par. Wow. The Welshman now within 4 of Gerard Pepler. And this is back to Prinsloo now. Can he keep that gap to 3?
How are you over these kinds of putts, D?
Terrible.
Me too.
Pretty much every putt. It's not a putt that I'm comfortable over. However, I'm not Jaco Prinsloo, and he makes no mistake, and he stays at 19 under. The gap remains at 3 between himself and Pepler. Prinsloo joined at 19 under by Graham van der Merwe. He went on to birdie the 14th. Here is our leader. Back-to-back birdies at 11 and 12. About to take on the par 3 13th.
And you would have seen Davidson just hold now.
And another glorious shot from Gerard Pepler. He is looking in the zone now as the big man. This is the par 3 13, beautiful short hole. Placing full emphasis on precision iron play, as we just saw now from Gerard. Christian Burke. Very nice effort from Christian Burke. Catching the slope to perfection. That's nicely done. Two very different approaches from both men.
It's a bit of local knowledge there.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Is that a smile?
It is, for the first time today.
He's got teeth.
He almost heard you. Yes, yeah, have some more. Christian Burke sitting at 16 under. I think hunting a top 5 finish now. That's certainly in the equation. And Pepler, at the moment, can do no wrong. Two great putts at 11 and 12. Fantastic approach of the tee on 13 now. Wonderful views from Irene Country Club. 1912. It is the fourth and final round. After the break, we'll be joined again by Nicole Garcia.
Live from Irene Country Club, it's the fourth and final round of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Joined again by Nicole Garcia. Everything okay at home, Nicole?
Yeah.
I know you just had a little baby.
Yeah, no, everything's going great. Hubby just got home today, so that'll be nice. I can hand her over for a little bit.
For those watching, Nicole is married to Grant Fienstra, who is... So I presume you get free balls down at the driving range?
Yes, I do. Well, not that I've hit too many this year, but...
Grant, a renowned professional.
Darren Busser just hitting it a bit firm through his line, through the break. Unfortunately, all the way back down to the front of the green.
Darren putting to day one's pin.
Yeah, would have been good a few days back.
Part of the lead group yesterday. De Villiers' second shot on the 16th.
It's obviously just hit that down slope there, and the ball's trickled all the way down to the semi.
I don't know if you'll bump and run this.
Just looks like a standard shot that he's setting up for. Might be flying it all the way to the green. Let's have a look. Yeah. I just think he's missed his mark there. It's quite quick once it hits the green, so it's quite a small area that they're going for. So although that looks like it's come up quite short, it's only because he's missed his mark by maybe a meter.
Oh, and he's
Oh,
gone
there
and
we
hold
go.
it.
Holding it from the front of the green there. Little 360 in there. Nabil Ghani with a great putt from the front of the green.
No one more surprised than Nabil. Pepler now. For his, well, can he make it a third birdie in a row?
Managed to stretch his lead to 3. Going for birdie here on this par, pretty gettable par 3 in terms of birdies. It's looking good. Oh, he's had so many of those this week.
That looked so good for so long. Bit like my school golf career.
Not as many putts being seen today that have been holed. It's a bit like the PGA champs this week. I see they were talking about how many 3 putts were made there this week. It was 299 3 putts as opposed to this year's Masters at Augusta at 190.
Those greens are brutal.
Yeah, I see Scotty Scheffler said it's some of the toughest pins he's ever seen, although not unfair. Just quite a
Scotty's saying that. You can imagine how difficult it is.
You can see how nicely that line rolls there on Christian Burke's ball. Referencing back to using the line to line up. He uses it quite efficiently. Also helps you to see if you've made a good stroke or not. You could see that line runs end over end. So he knows he's made a good stroke. What a long birdie attempt here from Smith. Not too bad. We'll tap that in for par.
You know, you mentioned not a lot of putts being held, but when the greens are running as quick as they are, it's tough to be aggressive.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of slopes on these greens in Irene. You can't really see them from, from the viewer's point of view. But when you're down there and you're on the greens, they do slope quite a bit, and if it just catches the low side.
As it stands on the Courier Guy Order of Merit, Austin Bautista from Australia leads the way. Samuel Simpson and Alton van der Merwe just behind him. Early on in the season, though, it's early days. We look forward to another bumper season, exciting season on the Courier Guy Order of Merit. And a big thank you to the Courier Guy and what they do for the Sunshine Tour. The Fortress Rookie of the Year looks like this. Travis Proctor leading the way after 2 events. Cole Stevens and Jacques van der Merwe. So you mentioned you married to Grant.
Yes. Yeah, Grant Venstre.
I presume happily.
Yeah, most of the time.
You just had a baby, so that'll test it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, he's really busy traveling the world with some of the top players, so he's doing really well. So I don't mind taking over baby duty.
Yep, he's bringing home the bacon. Yeah,
he works with quite a few formidable players. Dean Burmester, one of them. He's got a few in this field as well. Jordan Bernand, who was playing quite nicely this week. Graham van der Merwe. Just setting up here for his tee shot.
I mean, Graham van der Merwe is on an absolute corker. He shot 30 on his front 9, 6 under par. He's currently 3 under for the back. He's got 3 holes left to play, but he's just 2 behind.
Yeah, just coming off 2 birdies here. Quite a short par 3 as well, so this one is a good chance for him to make a 3rd birdie in a row. He's going to attack this pin. Oh, it's not quite what he was hoping for.
No, he won't be happy with that.
It's obviously been quite consistent with his irons today, so I'm pretty sure that it's maybe just a bit of fatigue coming in towards the end of the tournament.
That front 9 of his, including an eagle on the par 4 6th. Jack Davidson did it on 1. Graham van der Merwe did it on 6.
Just having a look at his swing here. Pretty neutral setup. Got his weight 50-50.
Got his scorecards done away.
Might just take a while to get to his swing.
Send me your stuff. I'm going to play it around here.
You see how he shifts his weight, getting into position.
SRT. As quick as you can. Stand by. I'm watching you.
Going to see how still he keeps his head on his takeaway. For the viewers out there, for the viewers out there, you're going to want to watch how central his head stays. He's not going to really sway off of it very much.
Are we ready with it?
And it's going to be almost in the same position.
Bryn. Okay, we'll play it. We're waiting. You said you're going to play it. We're going to record it and play it. Please play it.
Under for his as his total. Graham van der Merwe lurking 2 back, 9 under today on an absolute blinder. Peter Moolman 4 under for today, as is Samuel Simpson as well as Alton van der Merwe. The 2T start, so that's what that asterisk indicates. Louis Albertse 4 under as well, signing for a 68. Tyron Ryan, tough day at the office for him. 4 over par. Carl Barker also struggling today. He's not done yet though, but currently 3 over.
Yeah, unfortunately, with such a low scoring course, you need a really low one to move up the leaderboard on the last day. Jaco Prinsloo just using aim point there.
Yeah, Dees Carl can go to bed tonight knowing he's the best dressed guy in the field.
Yeah.
If there was an order of merit for that, he'd win it every year.
For sure. At least, you know, if you feel good, I think there's a better chance of playing.
You play better.
Playing good golf, yeah. So Jaco just using that aim point to aim, which is a use of degrees, learning degrees, slope degrees, to read your putts, which is, it's quite a science.
He's looking right. Has he done it?
Just hasn't hit it enough. Wasn't expecting it to slow up so quickly, especially with the speed of these greens today.
He'll take a very slow walkover.
I think he's waiting for it to drop, but unfortunately I think there's too much ball on grass there.
Where's that mongoose from earlier?
It's not going to drop on its own. He's going to have to tap it in.
Where's a good mongoose when you need one, eh? Come and nudge it in.
If only. So yeah, he would have only had 10 seconds to wait before he would have to tap that in. It's never nice to wait on almost every shot, especially in the final round.
Yeah, and Derek and I were saying earlier, it's quite hard to build momentum. But professional golf, I mean, we know the pace of play discussions around the world. Yeah. But as a professional, yes, you're used to it, but it's still hard to build momentum.
Yeah, I don't think you ever get used to it, really. I mean, it's difficult at any time to build momentum when you're just waiting around, watching the other players in front of you. Your muscles get cold. So yeah, you'd prefer not to play slow. know a couple tours have, they enforce the rules a little bit more. I know the Ladies European Tour is one of them. You can be penalised from the trees with no warning. So they've really crunched down on pace of play, and I'm hoping that the rest of the tours in the world follow suit.
I'm always reminded of that sign at Leopard Creek. Play well, play quickly. Play poorly, play faster.
Yeah, that should be golf's motto. Davidson here, the look at birdie.
Just to go to 19 under.
Should just come off the right a little bit. It is slightly downhill. And he's got it. Great read from Davidson.
Takes him to 19 under.
Back-to-back birdies for him.
Alongside Jaco Prinsloo. 3 back of Gerard Pepler. And Nicole, you feel that anyone... Graham van der Merwe obviously has a chance, and you feel that Jack Davidson and Jaco Prinsloo aren't out of it either. Writing Christian Burke off, but you feel 6 back now might be a little bit too far.
Yeah, I think he's running out of holes. There's a couple, or there's at least one par 5 coming up still, but I just don't think it's enough. He's got enough holes left, but if he could try and come in with a few birdies, he could at least, go for that 2nd place or 3rd place. That'll be a good result for him this week. Graham van der Merwe, he's got a chance. If he can birdie all the way coming in, it'll just depend what Pepler does. We're coming down those last few holes, and you've got a couple shot lead. Not so easy to keep it together. Pepler with a short wedge in hand.
Geez, I think we've said that a lot today.
Yeah. Could see he didn't like that from the way he dropped the club. It's not what he was hoping for.
So when you are in Pepler's position with your 2-stroke lead, closing holes, do you just go to your processes now? Is that what you do? You don't try to do anything differently?
Yeah, I think the most important thing coming down the home stretch now is just not to get too quick, keep your rhythm, walk maybe a little bit slower. Adrenaline's going to start kicking in as well, and with his speed, he doesn't really need to. Unfortunately for Justin Walters, that just missed on the low side. But yeah, he doesn't need that adrenaline coming down the last few holes. So he'll just have to breathe and stick to his processes, make sure that his pre-shot routines are in check.
And even par 72 for Justin Walters today. And he did well because he made a double bogey on the par 5 second. Recovered nicely from there to shoot level par on the front 9 and level par on the back as well. So 236s for his 72 today.
There's a colourful scorecard there for Justin Walters today.
Loads of colours on there.
Ritz making a 5-footer there for par. Good round today, 68. Like I said, unfortunately, you need to go really low to move yourself up the leaderboard on Irene Country Club.
As it stands, Gerard Pepler leading the way. He is at 22 under, 5 under for his round today. He's got a putt for birdie coming up. Graham van der Merwe, 9 under for his round today. He's kind of snuck out of nowhere. Jack Davidson, the Welshman, 19 under, alongside Jaco Prinsloo as well. Thomas Spreadborough, 6 under for his round, signing for a 66. A 2T start today, which is what that little asterisk next to the whole number indicates. Malcolm Mitchell, 5 under today. Nice 67 for him. And Smith battling. Still got a few holes to play. Currently 2 over for his round.
Tyron Ryan struggling a little bit today with his +4. Just moving down the leaderboard there, unfortunately. Rupert Kaminsky, a good 4 under today. And Hayden Porteous coming in with 72, unfortunately not moving up today at all.
Yeah, but as a new parent, I think you can relate. Probably lack of sleep.
Yeah, I think so. As a new father, give him a bit of grace for this one. He'll be staying at home, so he's definitely had some sleepless nights.
Last year's winner, Luis Carrera, signing for a +3 today.
Quite a lengthy putt here for Pepler up the hill. We'll be giving Christian Burke a good look at the line.
First one of the Yammies.
Not a bad putt down the hill.
I think we can give him that. There we go. Nicely done, sir. I think Pepler's so tall, I don't think he could use a normal putter. I think that is a normal putter for him.
It almost looks like it could be, yeah. I do like the concept of the broom putter, though. Just keeps your chest moving instead of the arms.
Has he given it enough?
Not a bad putt from that length. I'm sure he'll be quite happy with that. It's just a tap in for his par.
I mean, we know he hits a long ball. A couple of years ago, I played in a Pro-Am with James Hart Dupree.
Oh, yes.
I don't think, there's that saying, I don't go that far on holiday. Absolutely incredible to see how far these guys hit the ball. And, you know, Gerard not too far behind him.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, I don't think people realize the sound that comes off the club face. You've never heard anything like it before.
It's that crack.
Yeah. James Hart Dupree, one of the longest in the world.
Burke now for his birdie.
Has he given it enough? Oh, yep. I thought that was going to stop short.
His third birdie today. 17 under, 5 back.
Peter Moorman just in a bit of trouble there in the long grass. Although it doesn't look like he has a very long club in, I think he'll be just fine. Just going to have to account for the extra rollout on the green. Second shot into 18. At least he has a little bit of green to work with. Yep, that's a brilliant effort from the left side. He's hit it way offline off the tee.
214. Burke to tidy up. Pepler, excuse me, to tidy up.
Yep, just a little tap in there for Pepler. I think he'll be happy with that from where his wedge landed. We were talking about it yesterday. You know, the longer the hitter, the less likely you are to be incredibly good at your wedges. So might be something that he'll have to work on in the future if he wants to keep winning. 3 good shots to 18.
Nice touch there from Brown. The beautiful Irene Country Club playing host to the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Gerard Pepler leading the way, 22 under par. He's through 14, so starting to get to the business end of things now.
Yeah, coming down the home stretch, 1 par 5, very reachable for Pepler.
Par 5, 17th, and you could get close on 18 as well.
Yeah, it's also a very gettable hole today. Graham van der Merwe also has a chance on that par 5 as well as the 18th. Let's see what he can do. Christian Berg just moving up the leaderboard there on 2 under, 5 shots behind. Peter Moorman with a chance for birdie on 18. Burke and his caddy just discussing the line down this fairway. Very short par 4, 308 meters.
What would it be for him? 5, 6 iron?
I can't see anything more than a 7 iron, to be honest, off the tee box. It's a short dogleg right, but quite tight. Can't really hit it offline.
I suppose these guys are hitting their 7 iron, 190, 200.
Yeah, slightly different to our 7 iron. I know that's what Jordan Bernand was hitting off the tee box, 7 iron, and then 7 iron into the green. You don't really want to risk going long left.
I wish I could take it back that slowly.
Yeah, he's got wonderful rhythm. Beautiful shot. In position. Got a chance to move up the leaderboard. He's looking for that top 3 position.
So our flyover courtesy of Airlink into Zanzibar from next month, by the way.
Short par 4, hole 15, where this green tends to be a little firmer than the rest just because it's guarded by some of those trees. So shorter, but not necessarily easier. Got to come in with an iron off the tee box and then probably around about the same iron into this green.
To the 18th we go. Peter Moorman for his birdie.
Is it going to make... No, he's just lost pace on the line that he's chosen. Unfortunately, would have had to hit it harder for it to stay on line. And Moorman still with a decent tournament.
He signs for his... Well, he hasn't signed yet, but that's a 67 for Peter Moorman. 5 under on the back 9.
I think you'll be happy with that result. It's always nice to finish with a good round on the last day of the tournament.
What's your lowest round ever?
My lowest round ever, I think, was 9 under.
9 under,
Yeah,
where?
But I think it might have been in Switzerland.
How do you not remember where your lowest round?
You play so much golf. But I don't think that was in actual tournament round. I think my lowest in tournament round is 8 under.
Oh, no, that's not great.
Yeah, so, and I've matched that a few times. Never managed to break that in tournament, so.
Brown for his birdie to wrap up. Not to be.
Caddy feeling the frustration there today. With a 73. Not the last round he would have hoped for. Looks like the amateurs had a good time today. And a young score recorder there on the side of the green, getting involved in golf really early. Lovely to see.
Slip him a sweet and write down 3. It's day 4 of the 108th PGA Championship. Starts at 5 o'clock here on Supersport. Who's going to win it?
I'm going to have to go with Scotty Scheffler.
He's lurking.
Yeah. He's just too consistent.
Davidson for his 3. Oh. Rams at home. You can actually be so lucky and happy that that cup was in the way, because that was tracking. And quite incredible to think that the last time the PGA Championship was played at Aronimink, Gary Player won it.
I might have to change my prediction for the PGA there. I thought Scotty Scheffler was a few more under than he is. I see Rory is lurking as well. Ludwig Arberg could be a good one.
Arberg.
Yeah, could be a good one. He has one of the most beautiful swings in golf, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that other guys don't like. He's good at golf.
He's good looking.
He's good looking.
For sure.
I mean, jeez.
He's the all-round package, I think. Believe he's a nice guy as well.
Obviously.
Prince Lure to just clean up for his birdie. He's had quite a few of these today. Short irons dialed in. A lovely birdie from Jaco Prinsloo. And that is to take him into solo second.
Three-way tie for second now. Van der Merwe, Davidson and Prinsloo. 2 back of our leader, Gerard Pepler.
Yes, apologies. I thought that it was an extra birdie from Prinsloo.
Here is our leader.
A good shot from Pepler. Trying to extend his lead even further. Would have only had anything from a 9-iron to an 8-iron coming in there. Good birdie opportunity for him. Uphill putt, slightly off the left. Not too difficult. Berg setting up slightly left of the pin. Just holding the face off through the shot there. Fortunately, didn't quite get it onto that tier with the pin.
You'll give him a nice read there.
Yeah, he's going to be giving Pepler a good read. Davidson with a great shot into the par 3. Short hole today.
He's on a bit of a run as well. 3 birdies in a row. Could this be 4? Don't rule him out just yet.
This is Jaco Prinsloo. On the 16th hole, 126 meters. Irons have been world class today. Let's hope he can put another one close. Oh, every time I say that, they miss it left. Maybe I shouldn't. Commentator's curse.
And I think where the pin is today, I think a lot of the guys guarding from going right.
Also another player that gets those beautiful lines through the ball. Club shaft through the front leg at impact. Beautiful rotation. You can see his hips start on his downswing and he clears them fairly quickly.
I think that's something that amateurs don't do well. We don't turn well.
Yes, yeah. I think, most amateurs are quite stiff in general. I mean, if you're not a professional sportsman, you're not going to be in the gym and exercising and stretching like you should be for the proper rotation. So you should give yourself a little grace when it comes to how you rotate through the ball.
I'm an absolute plank. I mean that I'm stiff.
Yes, okay.
You could use that in other contexts
Yes,
as well.
yeah.
But it's almost a case of the less supple you are, the less you actually want to stretch.
Yeah.
Because it's difficult.
Yeah, and it hurts. It's not the most comfortable positions to be in. But, if you are looking to extend your golfing career, amateur or otherwise, it's probably a good idea to just stretch every now and again. But yes, the rotation, I'm going to say, on the way back as well as through the ball is very limited in amateurs.
I tried Pilates once, never again. Reformer Pilates.
Yeah. And that's one of the best exercises for golf, Reformer Pilates.
It was just so undignified. One of our Abbeys to wrap up here. Well, hopefully. Oh, get in
Not
there.
looking too bad.
That's a nice roll. To 15.
One of the Amis putting from off the green there. This could go in. Oh, just dying at the death.
Oh, those lines on that ball.
Yeah, I think there were a few of them, weren't
Yeah.
there? Yeah.
See a little tear there. I see how proud you are and happy.
Using them to his advantage. And look at the results.
And I can tell you that Graham van der Merwe has just birdied the 17th. He's at 21 under. He's got one to play. He's one back of our leader.
Some impressive golf today from Graham van der Merwe. He's got the short 18th to play. Where the pin position is today, he's got a great chance. I'd be surprised if he doesn't take driver off the tee to try to get it as close as possible to the green, and then it's just a little bump and run up to that pin. Burke for his birdie. Has he hit it? Just dying again at the death there. On the 18th, Davidson for his birdie. Oh, sorry, De Villiers.
Oh, another one.
Just wonder if the greens are starting to slow up a little bit this afternoon. We've seen quite a few left in the throat. Pepler for his birdie opportunity. He's seen a few on this line, so hopefully he takes advantage of that. Is it going to stay on line? No.
Never on line.
Don't think any one of those players saw it turning up the hill, it's possibly one of those where it doesn't matter from which angle you read it, it looks like it's coming off the left, but it doesn't matter how many putts you see, don't stay on that line, you just can't get yourself to commit.
Derek Alberts is giving me dirty looks. I better make way for him. At least I think they're dirty looks.
Smith with par on 18th for a 73. Also a bit of a disappointing round today. Looks like Prinsloo has already hit his bunker shot. Let's see if he can save par.
Thank you very much, Simon Hill. Certainly getting very, very interesting here down the stretch at Irene Country Club. Here at Pepler, parring his last 3. As a result, he is 1 clear of his closest challenger, Graham van der Merwe. He is really delivering an exceptional round so far. Davidson, it's amazing. He is hunting his first birdie of the day. Managed to get that at 13. Now he's looking for 4 in a row. Just missing out for 4 in a row for Jack Davidson.
I think he thought that one was going in. Nice to see some of his putts have been dropping on the back 9. Jaco Prinsloo left with about a 15-footer for his par.
Yeah, Jaco certainly found birdies a lot harder to come by on the back 9. And that stretch when you in 2 in a row from 9 and 10. Since then, all pars. Can he grab another? This is make or break time now for Jaco Prinsloo. Just slipping out, unfortunately, for Jaco Prinsloo. So first bogey of the day for him.
Devastating.
This is the man to watch. 1 shot off the lead on 18.
Doesn't look like he's gone with drive off the tee box. Relying on his wedge play. And I can see why.
Oh my.
If he can just put that away for another birdie, that is an unbelievable round today.
Magnificent from Graham van der Merwe. Has that to tie for the lead.
That would be for his 9th birdie today, plus an eagle.
Riaz Ghani, CEO of the Kit Kat Group. Oh! Haven't seen too many misses from him today. And there is our leader. But for how long? Graham van der Merwe has about 2 feet to join him at the top.
Graham van der Merwe waiting for his birdie putt.
Davidson to stay 2 adrift. And he gets it in.
Unfortunately, ending his birdie streak.
Now, what a run he was on. Highly upset with himself. He shouldn't be. He went along really, really nicely. And there is the man who's one putt away from potentially joining Pepler at the top at 22 under.
At least he's only waiting to hit maybe a 2 or 3 footer.
Yes.
It's not like he's got a 6, 7 footer in there.
It's a great position to be in.
Yep.
What a terrific approach from Graham van der Merwe. This for a share of the lead.
There we go. What a round from Graham van der Merwe this afternoon. 61.
That is incredible. Bogey free, 30 on the front, 31 on the back. 22 under for the tournament. And he will reach the safety of the clubhouse and watch very, very closely as to how these last few holes emanate. For one, Gerard Pepler. Clubhouse leader, Graham van der Merwe, 22 under. Tied alongside this man.
I wonder if Pepler will have a look at the scoreboard coming down the last few holes.
Safe approach there from Gerard Pepler. Now you start to look, when does the aggression set in?
His only saving grace is that he has a par 5 left.
Yes, although it's turned out to be a bit of his poison so far today.
Having a look here at Pepler's swing. Also keeping that centre nice and still. Look at that hip rotation. And he gets his chest lovely up and through the golf ball, through impact.
I can imagine, Nicole, you've had to sit back and watch your husband watch a lot of those types of videos.
Oh yes, they're often discussion at the dinner table, having a look at golf swings, and his pros are sending him golf swings from overseas at all hours of the evening and the morning.
Where would he be going off to now, Nicole?
He's just getting back from the PGA Champs with Jaden Shaper. And then he's home for a week, and then he's gone. And to be honest, I actually don't know where he's going.
I was referring to Graham van der Merwe.
Graham van der Merwe.
But good to know what's happening with Grant.
Graham will be going off to sign his scorecard, I believe. It's the first thing you want to do.
And then, do you think he'll go to the driving range, practice a bit, if the playoff had to come into the equation?
Yes, so he's going to know immediately that he is potentially in a playoff. He will probably go to the driving range and just keep warm. Because if there is a playoff situation, they will go straight out as soon as Pepler has signed his scorecard. They won't give Pepler any time to warm up. Not that he would need it if he's walked straight off the golf course. So Graham will want to keep warm until then. It's probably a good 45 minutes at least until Pepler is finished.
Well, there we go. Now the folks know the movements of one Graham van der Merwe as well as Grant Veenstra.
Yeah.
Two men tied at the top here at the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am at Irene Country Club. A man who has led from start, will it be to finish for Gerard Pepler. Looking for a wire-to-wire victory.
Very possible that Pepler knows the situation, as he just played safe, even though this was a very short hole. He could be aggressive. Don't really want to leave any shots out there on a short hole like this.
I remember we were chatting about this yesterday, about knowing where you stand on the leaderboard and how far your closest competitors are to you, and how it came back to bite Jasper Parnevik, playing against Nicky Price at the Open many, many years back. And you certainly want to have as much info as possible.
Yeah, I think I would want to know. Especially for him with this par 5 coming up, he's gonna need to know if he needs to step on it a little bit off the tee.
And we've got that par 5 coming up. But he went birdie, eagle, par on the 18th, given he's such a big hitter. So there's no question he'll also be looking for a great opportunity there. We keep on speaking about the length that he can hit it. That par 5s are just long par 4s. Par 4s are a little longer par 3s. At the greatest aspect of his game today, which was severely missing yesterday, was the fact that he was finding the fairways, finding the greens.
Yeah, first 2 rounds as well was his strength. Darren Vasser just putting down the hill. Quite a tricky putt, and I think he's just overread it somewhat. Not too happy with that. Maybe the caddy gave him the wrong line.
Definitely the caddy's fault. It's interesting, I heard the conversation a little earlier between yourself and Simon regarding caddies and regarding giving lines, etc. And sometimes, I've got a few mates who caddy professionally, and they say it's almost, you play the role of a psychologist more than anything else, in that you're there more to motivate your fellow player as opposed to help them out in reading lines. I know certain players enjoy doing it themselves.
Yeah, I think when it's in a situation like this, like, coming down the home stretch, you're doing well, you're competing, your caddy is definitely there more as a emotional support, keep your emotions in check, keep you calm, keep you focused, and that's when it becomes more of a psychological role.
So a chance to go clear once again for Gerard Pepler. Sit.
We'll just have a 2-footer there to clean up for par. Stress-free par.
Tell you what, that would feel like a 4 or 5 footer now, given his current position.
Hopefully he can take advantage of his length on the next 2 holes. Par 5, a really short par 4, 18.
Christian Berg now.
This is a tie for 4th.
These are the money-making putts now for the players. And that was badly read, unfortunately, for Christian.
A lot of frustration out on the greens today for Christian Berg. You can see it in his body language. Just not going his way.
Yeah, it's amazing the differences in prize money when you come to those missed putts, the gettable putts, etc. Of course, everyone wants to win, but being in the top 5, the difference in the prize money to sit alone in a position as opposed to sharing the pot.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize how much it makes, that makes a difference. Sharing the position to being solely in that position on your own. The money between those 2 spots gets split.
Nabil Ghani just missing out there. Some nice football skills there too. In she goes for Darren Busser. This is by no means a gimme at all for Gerard Pepler. As mentioned, given his current position, that hole will look a whole lot smaller right now. But makes no mistake. Fourth par in a row for Gerard Pepler. He's still bogey free. And more importantly, he now has company at the top of the leaderboard, sitting at 22 under. Another par on the card for Christian Burke. So, Nicole, how's this going to play out over these last two holes?
I actually have a lot of faith in Pepler that he's going to at least convert one of these. Par 5, he has a really good chance. We'll have to see how he gets away off the tee box. Tyrone Ryan here for his second into the 18th, and he's played it unbelievably. That's going to be a nice tap in for birdie for him on the last. After a bit of a struggle today.
Wonderful to see the crowds having made their way out here to Irene. Watch the business end of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Great approach there from Tyrone Ryan.
Fortunately, a little bit too little too late. But at least it gives him something positive to walk away with after this round.
Very much so. Charles Barnard playing alongside him. This back nine of his has been really impressive. 5 birdies after the turn. As Gerard Pepler assesses the situation heading into the 17th, the last of the 4 par 5s. His first par 5 worked out beautifully. A nice birdie at the second, but since then, he had back-to-back pars at 9 and 10, and you had been highly disappointed with that result. And this is the moment where he really wants to make it count.
Burke making some notes in his yardage book and his pin position. There's quite a lot of information in those books for the viewer out there. If you've never seen one, it's made specifically for each tournament on each golf course. There are a lot of yardages from the tee box to each point down the fairway and the bunkers. So he'll know exactly where he wants to land this.
And would you have made notes through the process of the tournament, having
From
looked
the
back at
Monday.
how it had done through the course of this of these last 4 days?
He's given that a go. For sure, he would have made notes starting from Monday, all the way through the week as the week progressed. It's a great shot from him, especially because he hasn't been so accurate with the driver today. Coming down the left there is no good. So he's really kept it together and had a great shot there. Par 5, 17. Not too difficult once you've got that drive away. Slightly right, slightly left, you get blocked out by those trees. Pepler's also given it a good go. 3 birdies in a row here today, and I don't expect anything less. And that just shows the mental space that he's in today.
What a drive from Gerard Pepler. And pressure certainly on. It's a hole he's loved throughout the course of this tournament. And how dearly he'd love to get a 4th birdie in a row on the 17th hole.
Burke having a look at Pepler's driver there, maybe wondering, how does he hit it so far?
Barnard for yet another birdie to wrap up his tournament. Oh,
I'm convinced these greens are running slightly slower With all of these putts that we're seeing just coming up short and dying before the hole.
Well, what an impressive performance from Charles Barnard. Keep an eye on this young man. Recently turned pro. And that is a terrific 68 as he finishes at 18 under. A birdie to finish off the tournament for Tyron Ryan.
It's a good comeback there on the last few holes for him. Not the round that he would have expected today, I'm sure. But nonetheless, he did have a few good rounds this week. Take away some positives for the next tournament.
Congrats all round. Also to the Yammies. It's a couple of days they'll never ever forget.
Before there was a nation, there was a promise born of this soil. Before the world wakes, history is in motion. At Blauklippen, our story began in 1682, rooted in the fertile soils of Stellenbosch. We are South Africa's first founded wine estate, a living legacy where centuries of tradition meet the energy of their working farm. It's a place to find your pace. From sunrise trail runs to our state-of-the-art farm gym, we believe in a lifestyle that honors the land and the spirit. At the heart of it all is our craft, whether it's our award-winning Stellenbosch wines or a Mediterranean-inspired feast at the Blauwe Kitchen. Every flavor is a tribute to our terroir. But more than a winery, we are a community. From tastings to our weekend markets are where memories are made under the shade of ancient trees. Blauklippen, a timeless heritage, an unhurried experience. Come find your moment with us. Blauklippen, South Africa's first founded estate and first registered company. Still pioneering. Established 1682.
We are Sunshine Tour Pros, and if you know anything about golf, you know we need a great car and a partner.
You know we can't blame the lift if we're late for the tee time.
Ever tried walking from Cape Town Airport to the golf course? Or trying to win the Joburg Open while cycling to the hotel and back? We've tried everything.
But now we know we have the partner for the job.
Enterprise Rent-A-Car, official car rental partner of the Sunshine Tour.
Wonderful to have Enterprise on board, and we see Jaco Prinsloo now for Eagle at 17. Long effort for him.
No, never want to leave an eagle short. But that should be quite an easy birdie for him.
As we see Enterprise Cars being a great partner of the Sunshine Tour. Your Enterprise car awaits, Nicole. It's been phenomenal having you on board throughout the tournament.
Thank you very much for having me. I've had a great time. And I will leave it to you boys to finish off.
Thank you so much to Nicole Garcia. Lovely to have her join us on commentary as we head towards the closing stretch here at Irene Country Club. Gerard Pepler nicely placed over on the fairway. Back to Davidson now. Can he get to 21 under? And that's left and low, unfortunately, for Jack Davidson. Welcome back to Simon Hill. It's amazing, Simon. We were chatting about Jack Davidson. How he just couldn't find a birdie. And then he had yet another attempt, but he had that stretch from 13 through to 15. And suddenly he was back in the mix.
Yeah, you thought it was about to get going for him. Princely for his 4.
And she goes for Jaco Prinsloo. Another birdie on the card for Jaco. And he stretches his position in fourth. He's gone 2 shots clear of Christian Burke. Spoke about those players desperately wanting to be alone in positions, not trying to share prize money. I'll be happy at this position at the moment.
That's one thing golfers don't do well, is share.
No, not even close. Nice help there from Christian Burke. Saluting the folks up ahead of the Amis playing behind.
You know, you think if Burke plays these last 2 well, by well I mean make an eagle here and possibly birdie 18, that's as well as you could play it.
Yes.
Get up into a tie for third.
Yeah, every shot is critical now during this closing stretch. It goes without saying, it applies to most golf, but so much money on the line with every stroke now. Great drive from Christian. Can he follow that up from the fairway? Looks like he's not happy with that result.
Seen a few of those today.
We have, and it's not the worst result.
I think if you could tomahawk that club, he would.
It looked like he was coming close to that, and I don't know if he realizes just where he is placed, because he looks a lot more upset than most players would be. And being safely on the green with a longish eagle putt, to be fair. And yeah, is this the moment?
Holds the finish. And why wouldn't you?
Absolutely spectacular from Gerard Pepler. Got that for eagle. Currently tied at the top and has 2 putts to go clear.
What a great shot.
Man, this guy has played this to perfection today. It has been incredible to witness the performance of Gerard Pepler, tied at the top alongside Graham van der Merwe with an eagle putt to come at ICC. Welcome back to the 4th and final round of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am here at Irene Country Club. Just a few holes left for the fewer players out on the course. And Gerard Pepler, the co-leader, beautifully placed on the green at 17 with an eagle putt to come. Very well done from the sand. Bill Garney will be happy with that. What a great position to be in for Gerard Pepler. So nicely placed on the green. Eagle putt to come, tied for the lead. He knows the man alongside him is in the clubhouse, so he just needs to do all the moving. Long eagle attempt here for Christian Burke.
That's a good attempt.
Very, very good.
That'll be a tap in 4.
Great distance control there from Christian Burke. Another birdie on the card for him. That takes him to 18 under. One adrift of Jaco Prinsloo is sitting alone in 4th. With 1 hole to play. Darren Busser having just attempted his putt. Could hear him in the on comms saying hit the ball, although
the cry of the anguished amateur.
Very much so, although the players complimented him, saying great putt, so not too bad from him. Hit the ball. And a great putt there from Nabil Ghani. Now, Gerard Pepler to go 2 clear at the top with 1 hole to play. He's got it. What an eagle for Gerard Pepler. He is 2 clear with 1 to play. Oh, look at that strut.
Look what it means to everyone.
That is absolutely brilliant. I've never seen a group of players so happy for one player. Playing in the group, even his playing partner. Big high five there.
That's brilliant to see.
Yeah, that was lovely.
And what a perfectly played hole.
That was incredible. Pressure was on, and he pulled away once again. Jack Davidson, lovely approach at 18. Man, what a performance at 17 from Gerard Pepler as we go to our finishing hole here at Irene Country Club. The par 4 18th, tree-lined, as you make your way to that exquisite clubhouse here at Irene Country Club. Oh, Gerard Pepler smiling ear to ear as you head off to the 18th with a 2-shot cushion, Simon.
And he knows now he doesn't need to do anything special. Nobody needs a hero. Because he could probably drive it.
He certainly could. Interested to see if the big dog does come out the bag. Good approach there from Jaco Prinsloo as he sees Christian Burke breathing down his neck. Remember, he can also tie his playing partner, Jack Davidson. Davidson does have a birdie putt to come, though. So it's all happening here at Irene Country Club. But the biggest moment so far, this at 17, to go 2 clear. Eagle putt for Gerard Pepler. He has played this round to perfection, bogey-free, 3 birdies on the front 9, 2 on the second, and an eagle there at 17.
And how cool is it for Christian Burke to come up and give him a high five?
So good.
These guys compete hard, but they know each other well. Week in, week out, they're rooting for each other.
And the iron is off the tee. Safe and sound for Gerard Pepler.
Club 12, he likes it.
And why wouldn't you? Playing the percentages here is Gerard Pepler. Hunting his second victory on the Sunshine Tour. Last tasted his win back in 2023. And a thoroughly deserved winner if he has to go on to finish the job. And few would count him not doing so. Christian Burke now. Lovely drive from Christian. You can just see the different mentalities from the two players. One chasing a higher finish, the other one just protecting that lead. Kurt Alex now.
You dropped something, Kurt?
Leaving it a little short shortened, fortunately. Finish his tournament here. Jack Davidson. Can he finish at 21 under? Oh, wow. So this is the reason. There's the reason why Jack Davidson quickly ran for cover. Took evasive action. He'll have another bite at the cherry now. That is brilliant. Beautifully done from Jack Davidson.
They should do that more often to him.
Yes. A little bit more chance to
fire missiles at the guy.
Think
6
about
putts.
that putt. Lovely round from Jack Davidson, a 66. That puts him at 21 under. He's well alone in third place.
That's Welsh for well played, by the way.
Well done to the Welshman. Jack Davidson. Jaco Prinsloo, can he repeat the feat this time round? Can he move to 20 under? And no chance of catching Davidson. But of course he's desperate to break away from Christian Burke, who's sitting at 18 under. How badly Jaco Prinsloo would want to sit alone in fourth position.
So a touch off his right, D?
Yes. Cup right, I reckon. Beautifully done from Jaco Prinsloo. Great round from him. Back-to-back birdies, a 67. He moves to 20 under and alone in fourth place. 2 clear of his closest competitor, Christian Burke. He'll be ecstatic with that result. Looks like he would have fourth place wrapped up all on his own. And here is the man of the moment, Gerard Pepler.
You can basically smell the brandy and coke. It's almost there.
It is. within touching distance and all that money that comes with it. No need to be flashy now. That eagle putt was just brilliant at 17.
It never looked like missing.
No. And yeah, as you said, that celebration from his playing partner, Christian Burke, who in essence, of course, is his opponent too. Don't know who was happier, Gerard or Christian.
But you know, as I said, these guys, yes, they compete week in, week out. They want to win. But, you know, if I can't win, then I want you to. And there's a great relationship between a lot of the guys. They know each other well. A lot of them, you know, carpool it together.
Yes.
They'll share a house over a tournament week. Might share one or two other things as well.
I'm very interested to see were Gerard Pepler to finish the job, which I can't see him not doing from this position. Of the players that will be waiting there to celebrate, I can almost guarantee one of them will be Peter Mulman. Prize money on offer, 475,500 Rand for the winner.
I mean, that is potentially life-changing.
It is, completely. He's just moved provinces.
Sounded heavy.
On the green for Gerard Pepler, and that is a wonderful shot. We said he does need to be flashy.
We'll go on and sink that one as well.
I reckon, come on. Do it for the highlights package. Lovely to see his playing partners, the Amis as well, cheering him along. Nabil Ghani, Darren Bassa. Christian Burke, one of the rare occasions where he's ahead of Pepler on the fairway. Oh! Tell you what, if that had gone in, it would have mean that Christian Burke would have joined Jaco Prinsloo at 20 under and are tied for fourth place. And fourth, capturing 162,000 Rand. As we look at the previous winners, Luis Carrera, the Mexican, doing the job back in 2015. The Zimbabwean Kieran Vincent, 2024. And Louis Albertson, the man who's almost close to having a great surname. And just a few moments away from seeing this man join them in the winner's circle here at the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Yeah, just reiterating that effort there from Christian Burke. A bit of a Hail Mary, but were that to have gone in, he would have ended tied for fourth alongside Jaco Prinsloo, and would have meant that that 162,000 Rand in prize money would have been shared between the two of them. Tell you what, Jaco would have had his heart in his mouth.
As it pans out, probably not going to make too much of a difference now. He's 2 back. If he sinks this, move to 19 under, but yeah, it was close.
Yeah, of course, it would have been that collection of the 162 and the 129,000 between fourth and fifth, and shared between the two. As it stands, though, Prinsloo, I think he's got that 162 all wrapped up.
And listen, not a bad 4 days for Graham van der Merwe should he finish in second, which it looks like he's going to do. 330,000 Rand for him.
Very nicely done from Graham. And a lovely effort there from Christian Burke.
And there's a smile.
Cheering on Nabil Ghani. What a way to finish for Nabil. Christian Burke to move to 19 under.
Go on, Christian, roll it in.
What a putt.
And he's done it. What a finish.
Hey? Oh, man. We have seen some glorious golf during the closing stretch here at Irene Country Club. Over to Darren Busser now.
You know, when he dances, they say he busts a move.
You'd have hoped all these great putts would have been contagious. Not a bad effort, though, from Darren Busser. That's his tournament done and dusted. Great to see the amateurs doing so well here. And here is the moment. Gerard Pepler. Plenty of putts for the victory. Can he do it in one? Just missing out, and it matters little because the waiting is finally over for Gerard Pepler. Last tasted victory on the Sunshine Tour back in 2023. And he has victory number 2, and I told you Peter Mullman would be there to congratulate him, and that is indeed the case. A very popular winner. Gerard Pepler rejoins the winner's circle. He is the victor here at Irene Country Club. The Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am Victor for 2026. Gerard Pepler.
Oh, look what it means to him. Look what it means to the whole family.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Before you take over, Gerard, congratulations. Well done, Nabil. What a tough day yesterday was, but to bounce back like that, 7 under today, you must be happy with that performance.
Yeah, I still don't really know what's going on. Like it's so overwhelming. Well, yeah. What happened the last 2 holes?
I can tell you what happened the last 2 holes. I think Graham van der Merwe, shout out to him. Fantastic 61 to chase you today. But when you hit that 9-9 on 17 to give yourself a chance for that eagle, I saw sort of some relief in your face. Is that what it was?
Yeah, no, definitely. When that putt went in on the par 5 for eagle, I totally blacked out. So when that putt went in, I had my game plan set for 18. Like I knew it's iron off the tee box, just hit it middle green, trying to make par. So yeah, but big shout out to Graham. Yeah, it shot 11 under. It's amazing.
They always say it's tough to win your first Sunshine Tour tournament. To win a second one, maybe even harder. How happy are you now to have finally got it done?
Yes, I'm very happy, Age. I was hoping it would come. I just didn't expect to be this early in the season. So I'm very happy. But yeah, thanks.
Congratulations. Well played. We'll see you at the prize given.
Thanks, Age.
What a worthy winner, Gerard Pepler. Man, oh man, played this round to absolute perfection. Had his struggles yesterday. It was far removed today. Finishing with a 65 today to take him to 24 under for the tournament. 2 clear of Graham van der Merwe, as mentioned, who shot a supreme 11 under 61. But it was Pepler who came out on top here at Irene Country Club, Simon.
And I know how happy you are for Gerard. You know him quite well. And yeah, it's tough out there. It's tough to win.
Yeah, it really is. And he's such a nice guy. And you could see from the comments that he made, OG asking him how tough it is to get that second victory. Last tasted victory back in 2023. And yeah, he's certainly had his ups and downs, missed plenty of cuts. But finally, all that practice bore fruit today. Bore fruit throughout the tournament. I mean, he was absolutely incredible. Wire-to-wire winner and coming out on top. And it was so great to see Peter Mullman there, the first man to run on and congratulate him. And I was saying it yesterday that he's almost been the voice of reason for Gerard Pepler over the last couple of years, trying to encourage him, improve this, less of that. And this time around, man, I don't know if there's a more happier player outside of Gerard than Peter Mullman.
Well, I know there are a few bars in the Greater Irene Centurion area running a nice brandy special on a Sunday. I'm sure that's exactly where they'll be going. Thoroughly well deserved.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they continue celebrating here at Irene Country Club. I wouldn't want to leave this place, given the fact that it's been so good to me over the last 4 days as far as Gerard Pepler is concerned. He really was just absolutely brilliant over 3 of the 4 rounds. Yesterday, he certainly had his struggles, but again, despite struggling, he still went in today with a 2-shot lead. So, yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. We'll be joining him a little later for the prize giving as we look back to see the performances of the players here at the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. A big thank you to the Kit Kat group for another tremendous event. Irene Country Club certainly came to the party once again. The weather played its part too, and all round it's been 4 days of fantastic golf. There's the man out on top, Gerard Pepler. I tell you what, Graham van der Merwe's move today, that's 61. That will be spoken about for ages. Also, Charles Barnard, great performance from the young man. 4 under 68, taking him to 16 under. Top 5, operated by 5 different people: Pepler, van der Merwe, Davidson, Prinsloo, and Christian Burke. We look back at some of those closing putts, the likes of Davidson and Burke. Great way to wrap up tournaments.
Yeah, you just think what might have been for Christian Burke. He just couldn't get anything going. And ending on 4 under, which is certainly no disgrace, but you know, he certainly could have been up there.
Very much so. Still does walk away with 129,900 Rand. But the big winner, Gerard Pepler, just shy of $500,000 here at Irene Country Club. From here we head over to Quebec, Humewood Golf Club, hosting the Sunbet Challenge, hosted by Sun Boardwalk, Royal Johannesburg, playing host to the Waterfall City Tournament of Champions, always a very popular event. And then over to Zambia, Simon.
I've only been to the Low Zambezi in Zambia to go tiger fishing, which I did very badly. I've never played golf there, but I hear it's fantastic.
It is. It's a wonderful part of the world. They certainly love their golf there. The courses are in supreme condition, as is Wingate Park. So the Sunbet Challenge Times Square Casino event. Wild Coast Sun playing host to the Sunbet Challenge, hosted by Wild Coast Sun. Also over to KZN, Mount Edgecombe, the Woods, hosting the Sunbet Challenge, hosted by Sun Sabaya. And then it's back to Limpopo for the Limpopo Championship at Euphoria.
The Fortress Invitational at Harton Golf Club, that's in October. And then at Glendower, the Stella Artois Players Championship, the PGA Championship at CCJ from the 5th to the 8th of November. And then the Hyundai Open at Ibotsi Links, that's in the middle of November. And before you know it, we'll be there.
Yeah, you're right. It's just flying. Keep on speaking about the fact that we were just recently over at De Zalze for the Tour Championship finale, and suddenly the season slap bang underway once again. Man, what a round it was from Gerard Pepler. What a tournament. 7 under 65 today, 24 under. That eagle at 17 will be spoken about for ages, finishing 2 clear of Graham van der Merwe, who's 61 today, will also be spoken about in the annals of performances here at Irene Country Club. Davidson, Prinsloo and Burke wrapping up the top 5. Winning moment for Gerard Pepler. Had a few shots to play with, but this was the big moment at 17 to go 2 clear at the top. An eagle at 17. Bogey free for him. That meant he could take on the 18 pretty comfortably, and he certainly did.
And points to Christian Burke as well for a nice meaty high 5. You know, if you're going to do it properly.
Yes. There are no hands missed. There aren't any finger grapplings. Palm on palm. I mean, we're certainly happy.
Palm on palm, yeah.
Don't forget to join us at Royal Johannesburg. The players will be taking on the Beast of the East. It will be changed somewhat. That is for the Waterfall City Tournament of Champions, supported by Attack and WCMC. It is that tournament which features past winners of the Sunshine Tour, the Sunshine Ladies Tour, Betway Big Easy. One man who will be there is Gerard Pepler now. He's booked his ticket.
I'll be interested to see how he plays the first hole at Royal Johannesburg at par 5. On that east course, smoker drive, a little flick wedge.
Such a wonderful course. You know, there's a time where you had the 10th and 11th were the longest back-to-back par 4s in the world.
But these guys just make it look. And they are long. They are still long for the Ami.
They're extremely long.
But not for these guys.
No. Especially not for one Gerard Pepler. The victor here at Irene Country Club. It has been a terrific couple of days broadcasting this great event. It is one of the most popular events on the calendar. Kudos once again to Graham van der Merwe for really taking the fight to Pepler. Wrapped up with 4 birdies in the last 5 holes.
Incredible. Shooting 30 on his front 9. Including an eagle on the par 4 6th.
Yeah.
And he must have thought at one point, no, could this just be my day?
Oh, without a doubt. To reiterate once again that it was a man who quit golf for quite some time. Plenty of action to look forward to. PGA Championship, the 4th and final day of the second major of the year. Plenty of players in contention, including Rory McIlroy, who fought back brilliantly yesterday.
Who's your money on?
It's hard to look past Rory McIlroy. I tell you what, John Rahm was looking good towards the closing stages of yesterday's round. Lovely course too. Very impressed.
Yeah, I was saying to Nicole, crazy to think that it's the last time they played a PGA Championship there. None other than the great Gary Player emerged victorious, 1962. You were in your early 30s back then.
I was. I really enjoyed watching that one live. But I tell you what, it did look at one stage that we could have maybe been rooting for another South African heading into today, but unfortunately Aldrich Potgieter things didn't quite go according to plan for him yesterday.
He's currently level par, tied for 32nd. And you think, yeah, might just be a bit too much ground to cover.
Is Smalley still out on top?
Yeah, he is. 6 under par, and then there's a whole host of players at 4 under, including Ludwig Oberg, John Rahm you mentioned, Aaron Rai. It'll be interesting to see him go on and do it.
Tell you what, that scoring's very different to what we see here that took place at Irene Country Club. Some very low scores here. We'll be heading to the presentation in a short while. Just waiting for the final putts to drop. Of course, it was a 2-tee start, so those players who started off on 10th, they're wrapping up their rounds over on the 9th. Just waiting for them to finish things up before we head over to the presentation, where we'll see Gerard Pepler crown the victor here of the KitKat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. Luke Brown, a rear round over par for him. Tyron Snyder's man who is playing, I think it's his 2nd season on the Sunshine Tour. He's looked pretty impressive. Still Swart still out on the course. He'll be finishing up shortly. The wily old campaigner Doug McGeegan playing under the Scottish flag. Base start at Fancourt. 71 for him.
The most Scottish thing about Doug is how much he likes whiskey.
Brian van der Klis finished at 5 under. Englishman Joe Sullivan is 73 from him today.
And another good showing from Hayden Porteous.
Very good so.
On his sort of comeback.
Yeah, the man who captured the comeback of the year in the Sunshine Tour Awards. Let's head through to Oji Malefi for the presentation.
Welcome to the trophy presentation for the 2026 KitKat Cash and Carry Pro-Am. And joining me in the presentation party is the Ghani family. And we've got the sons of the brothers Ghani, who are Razin, Mohammed and Imad. And next to them is the tournament director from the Sunshine Tour, Ludwig Manyama. Next to him is Nabil Ghani, the COO of the KitKat Group. Next to the CFO, Junaid Ghani. Riaz Ghani is the CEO of the KitKat Group next to him. And on my immediate left is Ahmed Ghani, the chairman of the KitKat Group. And we're going to start with our winning caddy for this week. And I'd like to ask Ludwig to please bring the caddy medallion for our winning caddy, Vuli Sope. Well done, Vuli, well played. And then please put your hands together for our winner of the 2026 Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am, Gerard Pepler, with a winning score of 24 under par. Gerard, once again, you've had a few minutes to sign your scorecard. Does it now seem believable that you are a two-time winner on the Sunshine Tour?
Not yet, not fully yet, but it's definitely going to sink in very quickly, this one.
And to have your friends and some of family as well watching at home, what does it mean for you to have this much support here on tour?
No, it means a lot. Like, I asked Peter this morning for some advice, just how to approach today, and he gave me some good advice. And my parents surprised me by driving through this morning. My dad's starting to cry there. And then my wife at home, every night calling her, she's asking me how I feel or what. She's giving me advice, and just the support I have is amazing.
When you won your first one, your mom and dad weren't there. What does it mean to have them here today?
No, it's amazing. I can't put it to words. It's just amazing.
Congratulations. And I'd like to ask Ahmed to please do the honors and hand over the trophy to our winner, Gerard Pepler. 7 under today, a wonderful 65 that led to him with a 24 under par total. Congratulations, brother. Once again, please put your hands together for Gerard Pepler. And that is the end right here from Irene Country Club as we send it back to you, Derek Alberts.
Thank you very much, OG Malefi. Congratulations once again to Gerard Pepler, the victor here at Irene Country Club, the champion of the Kit Kat Cash and Carry Pro-Am, a wire-to-wire winner, finishing at 24 under, 2 clear of Graham van der Merwe. From myself, Derek Alberts, Simon Hill, Nicole Garcia, and the rest of the broadcast team, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you at Royal Johannesburg.